bit strange, this one. This is one that, as we said, a week before the Royal Rumble, and I kind of think that this is going to be a very interesting show. I kind of think that this is a show that's maybe not going to have many surprises, but is sure to have something. I don't know that we get any new champions. It does feel like a quite predictable show, but I feel like there's got to be something. I know the Shawn Michaels appearance is going to be obviously a noteworthy segment. I know that Jacob against Braun is going to be a lot of fun. I'm struggling to find the new champions, and a week before the Rumble, I'm struggling to find the surprises. But it's still Saturday night's main event. It's still a special on a Saturday night. And, you know, I think we're right to get a little bit excited about it. So what we'll do is we'll have a look at the cards and then we'll jump into the chat, see where everyone's thoughts are, right? So close. I think there'll be drama. I think he will almost get the job done, but he will fall short, right? I really do not expect this to be the show where Jey Uso becomes world champion. Like, that's such a big moment. I don't think it happens on Saturday night's main event. Then we've got Bron Breakker against Sheamus. There is a chance that Sheamus wins the IC title here. I don't think he will. I think we're invested in Bron Breakker. I think Bron Breakker is someone that we're really trying to build. And plus also, are we going to see Sheamus win this championship that he's been so desperate for so long? I mean, if you think about how close he came at Clash at the Castle, is he really about now to get the job done? I don't know. I'm not sold. I'm not convinced. I don't think he does, but there is a chance. That's the match, innit? That is definitely the match. And I can even show you that it is the match, because if I go over to my X account, I actually asked the question, what match are you most excited for? And flipping, look at that result. 73% said Braun versus Jacob. And look at the percentages of the other. All the other ones like 6.3, 10.1, 9.7. You know, people are a bit interested in Gunther versus Jey. No one gives a flip about Rhea versus Nia. Even Bron against Sheamus is not massively moving the dial. Everyone is focused on this thing here. Braun Jacob is the match that people most care about. And it's going to be bonkers. Jacob is going to win, right? It doesn't make sense to build him up as big as what we've built him up to then have him lose to Braun Strowman. And it would be good if it was clean, because obviously that would be a big win for him. But it doesn't massively matter. Like, this isn't a match that we're really going to look back on. I think that Jacob winning is important. I think he should. I think he will. Whether he does it clean or not, I mean, he is a heel, so if he's going to cheat, that's fine. But again, as long as he gets the dub, to be honest with you. Obviously, questions of, will the Bloodline attack after? Will we get the Wyatt Six? We know there's meant to be a bit of a union between the Wyatt Six and Braun Strowman, so there's potential. But you know my stance on this. If you've been watching this channel, you know my stance on this. I am not getting carried away. I do not expect the Wyatt Six tonight. I'm not saying they won't show. I'm just saying I'm not expecting them. Just like yesterday with SmackDown, we didn't get the Wyatt Six. No problem, right? I didn't expect them. And so it did not alter my feeling about the show, which was a mid-show anyway, in my opinion. But it didn't change my feeling about SmackDown, and not getting the Wyatt Six tonight won't change my feeling about Saturday night's main event. And then we've also got Rhea Ripley against Nia Jax, this obviously Women's World Championship match. Rhea Ripley's only just won it. Big rumors that she's going to go to WrestleMania, and lots of talk about who that opponent's going to be. Pointless is the word I would use for this match. This is probably the least interesting match on the cards. I do not see Rhea losing the title. If she does, I think it would be stupid. Didn't need to be on the card. I think we could have found a better match. But, I mean, Tiffany versus Nia would have been interesting. You know, that would have made sense, considering the fact that Tiffany has like won the belt from Nia. Nia seemingly has just kind of shrugged her shoulders and moved on. So that would have made more sense from a storyline point of view. But I think from a star power point of view, they just wanted to get Rhea onto this card. So, you know, look, for an extra bonus Saturday night main event, like fun little stream, I am totally fine with it. Totally fine. But yeah, this is hardly, you know, the Royal Rumble, right? That's next week. And we're very, very excited for it as well. So there we go. That is a bit of the breakdown as to what we're looking at tonight. And I am, as I said, looking forward to whatever it is that we are going to be served up. Right, come on, community, hit that like button, says Lisa. Lisa, shout out to you. Hasib said, Daze, do you know how football players need the right setting sometimes to succeed, like Salah, who flopped at Chelsea? Do we think the same is for wrestling? Yeah, definitely, 100%. 100%. You can be a wrestler that struggles in one location and then thrives in another location. I mean, you know, people would point to kind of what we've been doing with Cody. You know, if you think that Cody is now the quarterback, he is the guy with the ball. He was never quite that guy in AEW. And obviously there was reasons for that. He was a top star. And I think he was a bit worried about him being an authority power and, you know, having the belt. And so, you know, there was reasons for that. But, you know, he was free of all of that, like, nonsense. That kind of, I can't remember what they were called now. Executive vice presidents or whatever they're known as in AEW. The Young Bucks and all, Kenny and Cody. You know, he's free of all of that. He didn't need that baggage. I think that baggage weighed him down in AEW. Now he's come to WWE. He's literally just a wrestler. And, you know, they've really pulled the trigger and invested in him. And, you know, that's just one example off the top of my head. I mean, there's countless examples of where, you know, Undertaker, when he was Mean Mark Calloway, got told he'll never draw a dime, got told that he'll never make any money, went to WWE, became Undertaker, and off he went, you know. I mean, with football, it's different philosophies, different systems, different formations, you know, living your personal life. How comfortable are you? How comfortable are your family? These are probably factors that play into wrestlers as well, you know. These are all things that matter to wrestlers. So, yeah, I would guess that is true of, I'm sure people could find examples in basketball, in American football, in soccer, right? Every sport. And the same very true of wrestling as well. Look at Kevin Nash. He was like Oz when he was in WCW. He was doing some awful gimmicks. But because of his size, and he showed a little bit on the microphone, Shawn Michaels had a word with Vince, and he was like, I want this guy to be my bodyguard. And so they brought him to WWF, turned him into Diesel. He ended up being WWF champion. So he went from, you know, doing some awful gimmicks in WCW to then being WWF champion. And then when he went back to WCW, obviously it was all the outsider stuff, you know. So it's amazing to think where he was kind of to where he went. Or look at Stone Cold. Stone Cold Steve Austin did well in WCW. But, I mean, nothing compared to what it was like when he went to WWF with the whole Stone Cold character, obviously via the Ringmaster stuff first. So, yeah, you know, lots of examples. We could sit here and find 50 examples, if not more, of where people have moved promotions and had a better time. And sometimes you just need that right creative. Sometimes you just need believing in. Sometimes, you know, it's just a case of you haven't quite put it together yet, and then you do put it together and off you go. What is going on with Alexa Bliss, says Mary. Why are they not using her? What is going on with Alexa Bliss? So, yeah, we've spoke about this quite extensively. And, like, honestly, we have lots of reports and news of, like, contract disputes. So I think the truth is that we are in a decent place with her. I mean, I don't think it's panic stations. I don't think it's going to be a case that we need to worry that we're never going to see her again. I think it's just a bit of a stalemate. I don't at the moment get the impression that it's not a stalemate that can be sorted out. There's not been any reports of this being a problem that can't be resolved, but there is a problem, and it is that Alexa wants a new contract, and it is that WWE want her to still run with the old contract. So, you know, that's kind of the situation that we find ourselves in. So, don't know when it will get resolved. Word on the street is don't expect her for the Rumble, but as the longer this goes on, the less it benefits both parties. You know, Alexa isn't going to want to just sit at home when she's fit and healthy and ready to come back. And WWE are not going to want to have one of their superstars just not doing anything. Like, it's just pettiness, and like someone's got to blink. Probably there could be some movement on both sides, and then we could find a way forward. So I'm not at the point where I'm like, oh my God, this is a disaster. It's never going to get resolved. Like, I don't feel that way. I think it will get resolved. But yeah, it's just going to have to wait and see. I think there's still a chance she's in the Rumble. I think there's still a chance that this could have been resolved yesterday. Could be resolved today. Could be resolved on Monday. We have no idea. We don't know how wide apart it is. But it could get resolved quite quickly. And then, boom, she's in the Rumble. So until we get more updates, we're going to have to wait and see. Hasib said, you know when you do opinions videos, like you're having a stroke reading all those essays. It's like I'm having a stroke. Yeah, we said in the opinions video yesterday was the hardest one I have ever had to record. It is one of my absolute least favourite videos ever. I spent an hour trying to record it, and I was just absolutely done with it. There was at least 3 points where I was like, I'm not even going to bother doing this. For different reasons, I was just getting annoyed with it. So, yeah, that opinions video is a flipping nightmare. One of them was because I couldn't stop ranting about the Motor City machine guns. Honestly, I was talking and doing my opinions video, and every time I came to the Motor City machine guns, I would say to myself, like, keep it short. Like, everyone knows that, like, how you feel about the booking. No one cares. So I was like, keep it short. And I'd still be there, like, 3-4 minutes later, having just gone off about how over-pushed they've been and how overbooked they've been and how much it winds me up and blah, 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 blah. And I'd stop the recording and I'd be like, that's not what you just told yourself to do. You literally just said keep it like 30 seconds long. So then I'd have to go back and do it again. Then I'd end up flipping doing it again. I couldn't find a way of saying what I wanted to say in like 30 odd seconds for that. And so I probably ended up wasting a good 15 minutes just on that, right? I think even the one that went out still wasn't 30 odd seconds or whatever, but I was like, do you know what? I don't care anymore. And every time I was recording, my voice was getting a bit, because obviously we do like a stream, then we do unseen. And so by the time I get to the opinions video, my voice is, you know, hanging by a thread. So then when I get like the long essays, it's like this is now, how am I going to get through all this reading? And it starts to become a chore, honestly. It starts to become a chore. Like, I want to get people's thoughts, but like some people give me every thought they've got. And I think this is why we need to get it down to just like a comment, you know. The structure of it doesn't feel quite right at the moment. I really didn't enjoy doing the video. I think I'd put myself into a bad mood. Like, yeah, I just really hate that video. I hate that video. I hated doing it. And I probably should have just binned it, to be honest. I probably should have just turned around and said, I'm not doing it tonight. But I didn't. I put it out because it ain't nothing to do with your responses. Like, really, it ain't nothing to do with you guys. It was the end of like me doing the stream, doing unseen, doing all of this stuff, and then getting to that video just meant that I was like, so I don't know quite how I'll do it tonight. I think any long like attachments we're probably going to have to skip over because it isn't really fair to those that I don't get to. Plus, also, I find a lot of the comments just get repeated. I feel like everyone has similar thoughts. So, maybe if we focus a bit more on kind of that key takeaway that people have, maybe then we'd get a bit more variety, which, I think would be quite interesting. So, I don't know, perhaps I have to word the request a little bit different. I'm not sure. It certainly wasn't anyone's fault. It was, as I said, I think I ended up putting myself in a bad mood. And the more that you can feel your voice going, and the more that you try to do something, and the less you can do it, the more frustrated you get. And then it's just like a vicious circle, So I'd done that for an hour. Toby said, Daze, you're just trying your best. That's how it rolls. That is one big take out of the show. Toby, shout out to you, buds. Yeah, I mean, that's all you can do in it. Just do your best, really. And that's all I tried to do. So, I want people's thoughts. Definitely, that will not change. I enjoy hearing what people have to say. So, I don't want to get those messages twisted. But with my voice failing me, like, I could feel my voice was starting to go. Like, it was a case. If you watch that video, it is very much a case of head down, read, get through this. And that is just not a fun video, is it? So clearly there's something that's got to be changed. Maybe I just don't do it on the night. I tried to get it out so that it can be out before people go to bed. Maybe it's in the video's best interest that I go to bed, wake up, and then do it when I get up. Perhaps it's as simple as something like that. And then that way I don't have to worry about my voice kind of failing. So, yeah, a little bit of work to be done on that, definitely. Round 1 said, I was watching the Inui fight at 3 and 1 championship. Then Pro Box later. Wow, you were busy. Robin said, hello, everyone. And Mr. Dell Jr. said, it's my birthday today. Daze, can you wish me and the chat a happy 15th birthday? Also, what do you think the final 2 in the Rumble will be? Final 2 in the Rumble? I would not put it past it being Charlotte and Bianca. I could see that because I could see both of those. I mean, it could be Charlotte Becky. And actually, Charlotte Becky would be quite fun, because you're talking about 2 absolute Hall of Famers, legends, 2 women that played a massive part in kind of getting this division where it is now. So actually, for a nostalgic, which is a bit weird to say, but they have both been on the main roster 10 years this year. 2015 is when all those women got called up, so we should really pay respect this year to that moment in 2015 when Stephanie came out on, was it Raw, and said that she had heard the fans talking about a women's revolution, right? Because that had been trending. People were kind of tired of the Divas era, and they felt women deserved better. And so there was this sort of trend of Divas Revolution, I think it was, #Divas Revolution. And basically Steph came out and said, I hear you. I can hear and we can see what you want and we agree. So with that being said, we're going to completely shake up the women's division. It was a really important segment. And this is where all of a sudden out of NXT, they brought up Charlotte, they brought up Becky, they brought up Sasha. And we created 3 groups. So it was, what was it? PCB was one group. Paige. Who was in that group now? Paige. Becky? Was Becky with Paige? Oh my God, I can't even remember that group. I remember that we had Team Bella. So that was Alicia. It was the Bellas. Alicia Fox and the Bellas was one group. We had Team Bad, which was Sasha, Tamina, and Naomi. And then the other one must have been Paige, Becky, and Charlotte. It must have been PBC. Was it Paige, Becky, and Charlotte, was it? Yeah, it must have been. We created those 3 groups. And, it wasn't the most exciting stuff, but it got the ball rolling. And so I think if we have a final two of Charlotte and Becky, I think that's a nice moment, to be honest. I think that's a nice moment. Like, these two, so important to the history. I know we could include Bianca and Tiffany and all that stuff, but Charlotte, Becky, I think would be really good. So I'd be totally down for that. Obviously, you could have Bianca in the mix, so she could be one of them. So when it comes to the women's, I'm looking at something like that. In regards to the men, Cena, I think, has got to be there because he is the favourite. I think Seth has got to be there. So, and I don't know if you have Punk. I think Punk, Roman are going to deal with each other. Honestly, Final Four, Roman, Punk, Cena, Seth. I see it as being something like that. And I could see Roman and Punk maybe eliminating each other, which sets up their match for WrestleMania. That would leave us Seth and Cena. So at the moment, sitting here right now, something along those lines, yeah. Something along those lines. Daze, Cena has already been announced for the Chamber. Shouldn't we take it as him not winning the Rumble because he's going to win the Chamber? No. So he's been announced for the Chamber show, but he's not been announced for the Chamber match. And we made this point, I think was it yesterday, that Cody and Seth were at Elimination Chamber in 2024. And they were advertised. But what did they do? They did a Grayson Waller effect. So they actually sat down and spoke, much like how we're getting Cody on the show tonight, but he's not actually wrestling. So Cody is advertised for tonight. I think last time I checked, he was the banner for the show on WWE.com. The official poster, of course, is Jey, but I think if you go WWE.com, they'd changed it over with Cody. And so Cody is being advertised for the show, but he's not in a match. He's going to be on, this segment with Shawn Michaels. So I think there's every chance that Cena could win the Rumble. I think there's every chance he doesn't as well and then goes into the Chamber. But I expect him to be at the Chamber. Whether he's going to be competing or not, separate story. I have no idea. There's every chance that could be a Miz TV, a Grayson Waller effect, any sort of segment where it's him and Cody, doing a big promo before, obviously, they face at WrestleMania. So, no, him being advertised at the Chamber doesn't really change my mind, to be honest. This, I think, is why he's still firmly in the mix, near the top of the odds. Right, we got Airwolf. Shout out to you. Daze, thanks for the hard work. Shout out to you, buds. Where do you see Damian Priest in 2025? Yeah, I think Damian Priest is going to struggle, buds. I think Damian Priest is going to struggle because we're in a situation where he is kind of doing stuff away from the Judgment Day. And honestly, the most engaging stuff he's been a part of has been Judgment Day. So all of a sudden now, him doing stuff away from Judgment Day is a concern because, honestly, it wasn't that great before he joined Judgment Day. The stuff he was doing pre-Judgment Day was, he needed Judgment Day. Judgment Day kind of got him to the level that he's at. Now he's stepping away. We're going to need some really good creative. I sort of feel like his matches are okay. I sort of feel like his presentation is okay. I sort of feel like his promos are okay. But there are better in every department. There are people that have better entrances, in my opinion. Yeah, look at Penta, look at Shinsuke. I think their entrances are better. I think his is okay. There's people that have got worse, but I think there are better. Promo-wise, there's not loads of kill shots in there. There's not loads of lines that kind of blow your mind whenever he talks. He had a nice little exchange with Gunther. But again, CM Punk, Drew McIntyre, there's lots of better promos. Lots of people I would put ahead of him in that department. There's loads of concerns. It's going to need the right creative. I think he'll probably be sniffing around the mid cards. Honestly, I mean, if the WWE Championship is like the championship that's there for him. I can't see him getting that. In my mind, the WWE Championship is for Punk, Cody. I think Gunther's on his way. Rock, Roman, Randy. Do you know what I mean? It's the belt. It is the Hogan belt, the Bruno belt, the Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels, Stone Cold, Rock, John Cena belt. Like, if you've got that belt, you are the face of the company. You're not just a world champion. You are the face of the company. You are the guy that is going to main event night 2. The best way I can word the belts is if you've got the World Heavyweight Championship, the one that Gunther's got, there's a good chance you're main event night 1 of WrestleMania, right? But you might not as well. It could be the women, right? You're in the mix. If you've got Cody's belt, you are main event in night 2, right? In my mind, there's not even a doubt that you're main event in night 2. You are main event in night 2. That is the difference between the 2 world titles. One might main event night 1, might not. We saw actually in WrestleMania 40, it didn't, yeah? It opened night 2. Seth versus Drew, yeah? It got bumped off, obviously, for the tag match involving The Rock. Fair enough. But night 2 is going to be main evented by the belt Cody's got. I just don't see Damian at that level. Do you see Damian Priest as a WrestleMania night 2 main eventer? Do you see Damian Priest as being the next John Cena, the next Cody Rhodes? I don't see him at that level. And that's no disrespect to him, because that is really the ultimate level. That is, the biggest level you can get. There is no level beyond that. That is the ultimate level. So it's no disrespect to him. But I can't see 2025 him carrying that belt and being that guy. So I've got to think that he might have a go at it, but will fall short. And I've got to think he's going to be bobbing around the mid-card. So I don't know, this move, I just don't know how great it's going to work out for Damian, to be honest. Hopefully he can have some fun feuds with like Jacob. Him and Jacob would be really good. So, hopefully we can do something along those lines. Or maybe he gets into a feud with The Miz, if The Miz gets a new faction. Maybe Damian gets into like a feud later in the year. I'd imagine there's a good chance he'll get a mid-card belt. Him against Shinsuke, I think could be a lot of fun. So don't get me wrong. He's a good talent. He's a solid hand. There's lots of options for him. But I can't see him being the guy. I can't see him being the WWE champion. So I've got to think that is more for Randy, for The Rock, for Cody, for Roman. I think Gunther's on his way. I think they do see Gunther being that level. If you want like a monster sort of heel that's going to carry that belt, and the baby faces are going to have to try and get it off of him, I think they see Gunther as being that person. So this is why I think they're, constantly building Gunther, investing in Gunther. I don't think Gunther loses the title tonight. I think he'll have an okay year. Lots of exciting matches for him, but success-wise could be a bit limited. Could be a little bit limited. Ian, chat out to you, buds. Daze, what do we think about Joe Hendry being in the Rumble, possibly beyond in WWE? Yeah, I think he'll be in the Rumble, buds. I expect him in the Rumble, Joe Hendry. I think WWE will be interested when he's available. I don't know when he's available. I don't know when his contract expires. I think WWE will be obviously interested in him. He's built up his following. He's built up his fan base. That is a fan base that I think is very committed to him. I do think that there is a degree of trend there, right? I do think that the mass hysteria around him will settle, right? It's natural. Like that kind of mass hysteria, you're not going to maintain it forever, right? So I think he had an amazing 2024. He got his song in the charts and all that sort of stuff. It's resulted in him picking up the TNA World Championship in 2025. It's going to be a little tricky for him to find something new, because I think there's still value in him turning round, doing his songs. His catchphrases will always be fine. Catchphrases, the shelf life of those are quite long, right? So any catchphrases he's got, that'll be fine. But I think the general sort of hysteria around him has got a shelf life. I think it's still there from what I've seen. Like, people are still like on board with him, still believe. And so I think there's a really good chance he'll be in the Rumble, yeah. And I think like WWE are going to be interested in picking him up. I do think, though, there will come a point, and I'm not sure that it'll be 2025, it may be 2026, but there'll come a point where people will start to tire of the shtick. And it'll be like, yeah, I'm a bit bored of that now, which is natural. Like, we see that all the time with lots of stuff. So you'll start to see that coming in. I don't know when it hits. He won't know when it hits. It'll just start to run out of steam a little bit. Because this ain't a gimmick that's going to be lasting forever. Even The Undertaker said he knew he had to reinvent himself several times. Even The Undertaker said he knew that his gimmick was getting a bit stale, so he constantly had to put a bit of a, if you look at like Ministry of Darkness Undertaker, compare it to the Undertaker when he first arrived. If you look at American Badass, because he knew that the dead man gimmick wouldn't really work during the Attitude Era, so he changed it. And then, of course, once we got through that, he went back to being the dead man, but it was a new version of dead man. It was a dead man that was kind of dead man mixed with American Badass. And so that was kind of the evolution. Like, if you look at the way that character evolved, yeah, you kind of have to do that to constantly be, ahead of the game. So I think, he will find a natural way of evolving the character, moving the character forwards. Again, I think there's still shelf life in what he's doing. And, it could carry him through 2025. So I'm not saying it's like going to run out next week. But I'm just saying I think there will be a shelf life. And WWE are definitely interested. I think he'll be in the Rumble. And then it's just going to be a case of, how long's his contract? When do we get him in? When does it run out of steam? So, yeah, still a very, very popular individual. Big moment, him winning that title. It was widely reported. It was just a little bit of a shame, as I said, that the Tessa thing was getting a lot of attention. I feel like Tessa took a little bit of steam away, just a little bit. And it's going to be really interesting to see kind of how he evolves. King Kale Fan Club said Damian Priest and R-Truth as a tag team. Maybe. We've kind of done that. I don't know if you'd want to go back to that. Like, we've kind of done the am I in Judgment Day? No, you're not. I mean, you could evolve it and have it so that they are officially together, and you could maybe get some fun from that, but I don't know, the wacky R-Truth bouncing off a straight guy, that sort of shtick we've seen quite a few times. So I'm thinking like Matt Riddle with Randy Orton, I'm thinking R-Truth with The Miz. There's been a few occasions where we've had that kind of comedy character with someone serious, and the humor comes from seeing the serious person like rolling their eyes. Oh my God. Will we do that again? Maybe. I don't know. I'm thinking there's probably some other options I would look at personally. So like the Jacob match, I think is quite exciting. That is something that would be quite high up on my agenda. Damian Priest against Jacob, I think that could be really fun. Damian Priest as well going after Shinsuke, going after that mid-card belt. I think I'd be looking more towards that than like moving him to the tag division. But there was a really good comment that was made, actually. I think in that opinions video, a comment was made about how we need to bring in some new tag teams, like make some new tag teams, because it does feel like we're just focused on Motor City Machine Guns, DIY, little bit of Street Profits. We got Pretty Deadly on TV this week, but we haven't been doing much with Pretty Deadly. Legado del Fantasma, Angel and Berto. I don't think anyone really cares. Like, you probably could put a couple of big names like a Damian Priest, but rather than putting him with an R-Truth, putting him with someone that's also relatively credible, someone that's also like a bit of a badass and actually create a bit of a badass tag team. Like, that could be interesting. I mean, they wouldn't do it, and I'm not even saying it's a good idea, but could you imagine if we had Damian Priest with Karrion and Cross as a tag team and just let them destroy the tag, like just go in and just, you know, absolutely murder people and just look like the Brothers of Destruction, you know, kind of a new equivalent of that. Like, you could probably get some mileage out of doing something like that. Obviously, it wouldn't happen. They're on different brands, and hopefully they've got some singles ideas for both. So certainly not saying that's the direction to go, but I'm saying something along those lines could be quite interesting. I feel like there is a bit of a need to create a new tag team, one or two, using some of the existing stars. To be honest, normally we just throw people together that are struggling as solo stars. You know, I wouldn't be shocked if we had Apollo, like, partner up with someone that's also struggling to get onto TV, you know? Like Apollo and Carmelo, right? That's how we approach the tag division. So I thought it was a very good comment about trying to create some new credible tag teams. I can't wait for the Lucha Bros to kick ass, said Dr. Lucha Lala. James, hello, said the reunion of BSS when Tyler Bate returns. Yeah, British Strong Style. I think the problem with Bate is that he's evolved. We've just spoke about evolving, but the risk of evolving is you can evolve into something not as engaging. I've said before, for me, a lot of people don't know this, but where Tyler Bate is from is a very industrial area. When you look back at like the Industrial Revolution and you look back at, you know, where the steel was being made and all the glass was being made and the pottery and, you know, all that kind of industrial revolution that you hear about in the 1800s, the West Midlands was a key part of that. I mean, if you've ever seen Peaky Blinders, then you will have seen them like talking about like using the canals to transport like goods and resources. And where I grew up in, Stourbridge was known for making glass, and actually Stoke-on-Trent is known for pottery. And there's lots of like abandoned factories that you can tell have been there for like 100 odd years. Like, there's loads and loads of like abandoned buildings in the West Midlands that used to be industry, used to be part of this industrial revolution. And of course, as times have moved on, things have been left behind, you know. And so the reason I mention all this is because for me, when Tyler Bate first started, he represented that. If you actually look on his trunks and on his jacket, he actually has the symbol for the Black Country, which is red, white, black, and then it's got this like chain on it, right? You might have seen it. It's red, white, black, and then it's got like this chain on it. And you'll see that on his tights, on his trunks. You'll see that maybe on his entrance gear, but I think it's on his trunks more. And that's the symbol for the Black Country. And the Black Country is the part of the West Midlands where this industrial revolution was. And that is where there was so much smoke and smog that was going up into the air. Everyone's faces would be black from the soot and from the smoke. And it was dirty and it was industrial. And it became known as the Black Country. And for me, he should represent that. He should represent strength. He should represent iron. He should represent, you know, he was do you remember when he first came through? He had that kind of moustache and he was strong. And, you know, he did sort of represent that kind of steel, iron, like strong man, old school strong man kind of vibes. And for me, that is exactly what Tyler Bate should represent. If we're going to get Tyler anywhere, I want us to dig into the backstory of the UK, little bit of Peaky Blinder kind of vibe in there. Show the, you know, the industry, show the world where you come from and what your background is and what you represent. And that should be hard work, industry, steel, chains, all this kind of metal works. But right now he's doing a vegan gimmick, right? Couldn't be more opposite from what I've just said. He's kind of got long hair. He's kind of pieced out. He's a bit of a hippie. I think that is actually who he is as a person. I think he is very tranquil. I think he's very tranquilo. Obviously, he's in a relationship with Sol Ruka. Like, I'd imagine they go to the beach and they just kind of, meditate. I'm sure there is a lot of meditation in his life, veganism in his life. These, unfortunately, are not cool concepts in the world of wrestling. It's hard to make a meditating vegan cool in the wrestling world. Like, that is a tough challenge. If he wants to give it a go, maybe he'll succeed, and maybe he'll change our perception, or certainly my perception, of a meditating vegan, right? And turn it into something that's a badass. But in my mind, I just think hemp, I just think crystals, and I just think a lot of stuff that is not really translating to the wrestling world. So I think the current version of his character is completely 180 from where I would have it. It's a complete 180 from where I would position him. And honestly, I wish he would really reconsider kind of his presentation, because I think it's her in British strong style. British strong style with Tyler Bate and his L'Oreal hair and his veganism. And listen, I'm not saying that being a vegan makes you weak. It absolutely doesn't. Apparently you can still get all the protein and everything you need to be strong. But I think there is a stigma around it, and meditating, and these are not things that make you think like strongman, wrestler, killer, yeah? And I think we need to dig in a little bit more into the things that maybe do make you think that. So I would 180 his character personally, but his life, it's up to him, whatever he wants to do. But I think there is a bit of concern about Tyler Bate at the moment, that he's on a bit of a wrong course. And there needs to be, he needs to go back really to what made him so cool in the first place, which was the whole big strong boy, moustache, strong man, I'm going to mess people up. I just don't really get that vibe from him. But to be honest with you, he's struggled with injuries quite a bit. And we're in a situation where we just haven't had, for a long time now, a really good run. Like, we need to have a good 12-month run where we really tell some stories, really get our teeth into things, and see where we end up. So maybe I'm doing him a bit dirty. I mean, I love Tyler Bate. Tyler Bate is one of my absolute favorite wrestlers, right? So everything I'm saying is coming from a place of love. And the reason why I can say that is because he was born and raised, I think it's about, I don't even know. I think it's like 2-3 miles from where I was born and raised. Like, the town that he comes from is just a town or so away from the town I was born. He is, in the history of WWE, undoubtedly the wrestler that was born closest to where I'm from, is Tyler Bate. There is no WWE wrestler in the history of WWE that has ever been born closer than where I was born. He is living the dream I wish I had lived. He is doing the stuff which, if I could live my life again, I would do what he's doing. If I could live my life again, yeah, I would probably try and be a wrestler. But when I was young, I'm a bit older than Tyler Bate, so I think he's about, 18? I'm 21. So when I was born, finding a wrestling school, or even, not even that, but the idea that you could go to America as an English person and, actually become a I mean, it's just so out of the realms of reality. Do you know what I mean? It's out of the realms of possible. Not now that you've seen people doing it, and that you kind of know a bit more about where to go to find a wrestling school. But when I was growing up, you had a Yellow Pages, And in there, you know, you'd find plumbers, electricians, and people like that. Maybe in the very back, I never looked, but in the very back, maybe there were some wrestling schools, but it just never... It was never a realistic option. It was never something that crossed my mind that I was actually ever going to actually be able to do. And that's a real shame, really, because I think it would have been really fun to have gone into it, and I think I would have given it a good go. I probably would have been awful. Don't get me wrong, I'm not sitting here saying I would have been anything any good. But, yeah, I definitely would have given it a go. So his living the dream that I wish I had lived... And so I absolutely want him to succeed, and I absolutely want him to thrive. And I could not wish him any better. You know, I really do wish him all the best. And listen, he's already doing it because he's already on the main roster. So he's already living that dream, isn't he? You know, on the main roster, which is fantastic. But it's just, let's get healthy and I just don't want him to waste this opportunity, you know? It's a big opportunity. So I wish him all the best. Connor, shout out to you, but Undercover Cube said, what you're saying is the same as what we said in the US. Oh, what do you mean about, like, making it to WWE? Yeah, I don't know. It was a different time. I sort of feel like things felt more unachievable back then. I suppose we've kind of come from a time where, you know, I mean, my dad was like working hard, and the idea that I could just go off, learn to be a wrestler and become a wrestler was just, I mean, I don't even think it ever crossed my mind. If someone had asked me when I was young, what do you want to be? I'm sure I would have said, oh, I'd love to be a wrestler. Because that's what I used to watch all the time. And that's, you know, what I loved watching. So I'm sure I would have wanted to have done that. But the idea of actually finding a wrestling school, which, I mean, I come from a little town in England. There ain't no wrestling schools. I would not have a clue. I'd have to have gone to Birmingham, which was about half an hour away, no problem, on a train, right? It's about half an hour in a car, about half an hour on a train as well, actually, because it stops at loads of stops. But so that wouldn't have been an issue. But I don't even know that they had them, right? When I was growing up, how would you even find out about them? You know, everything is so easy now with the internet and your phone. I could find out in 2 seconds if there's a wrestling school in Birmingham now. I could find out in 2 seconds. But like, you know, back then, it just wasn't that easy, you know? It just wasn't that easy. So I think kids today are very, very fortunate. I think they have different challenges, but I think they're very, very fortunate that if you've got any question in your head, anything, you can just get the answer. And it was just that was not the world I was brought up in. I do love the fact that I've seen both worlds. I feel like this is a different world in many ways. It's so unrecognizable from kind of the pre-internet days and the pre-mobile phone days. It is so different. It's kids that have grown up without experiencing it. Like, I could understand them struggling to... it affects everything, like how you met your friends. You know, there was no apps. There was no mobile phones. So, you know, I didn't get my first phone until I think it was like 99. So, do you know what I mean? Like, before that, I had a landline in my room, and which I hardly ever used, to be honest. But really, it was like you went round and I used to call on my mate, like, whenever I was free. So if I got back from school, I would go home, and my mate lived over the road, and there was a park close by. We always played football. I would just go round about, 4:30. He should be back by now. Go round, knock on the door. Is such and such in? And you free to play football? Yeah. Down the park we'd go. And that's how you'd kind of sort it, rather than pinging a message over, So it is a very, very different world. So, yeah, for him to be in that position is amazing, and I really hope that it comes good for him. Same with Pete as well. Pete's from Birmingham. That's the big city that is closest to me. I'd say that feels a little easier. I feel like with Birmingham, if you lived in the city, you probably had a bit more awareness of places that were available to you, right? So I'd say it was probably a little easier than what Tyler kind of went through, but saying that, Tyler has come through with the internet and mobile phones, and just a different world. Right, I think I'm missing out on some super chats. If people are joining us wanting to know where the show is, it is pinned at the top for those in the UK that are looking for it. I pinned it up there so that it could be found as easy as possible, because it's another one that's on YouTube. Wolf, shout out to you, buds. Airwolf said, did Creative botch the solo push? He destroys Cena, then goes on a massive losing streak, then is pushed. Didn't seem like it was good, Creative. Yes, is the answer. I think Creative botched it. I think he botched it a little bit. And I think Jacob arrived. So I think there was a cocktail of issues. I think he finds himself in a very awkward position. I think he needs to remind people who he is. I think he needs to win, and he needs to look vicious doing it. Like, it doesn't help him being with Jacob, because Jacob is a little bit bigger and a bit more experienced. His facials are more intimidating. His presence, his look is more effective. I mean, it's just overshadowed Solo. I really think that was probably his biggest problem, was when Jacob arrived. He just immediately got overshadowed. Every segment Jacob was in, we're talking about Jacob. And I think that aura, which is very hard to kind of pin down, it's all to do with your look and your mannerisms, your confidence, your charisma. It's all very hard things to kind of really put into words. But it all combines to give someone that X factor. Jacob's is off the charts. Jacob's the charts. Jacob, if booked right, can absolutely win the WWE Championship, right? I'm not telling you anything you don't know. You know this. He could win the WWE Championship. That is Cody's championship. That is the one Stone Cold had. That is the one The Rock had. Like, Jacob is that level special. His in-ring is brilliant, right? Really good. Some big high spots. He's got the moonsault. He'll do splashes to the outsides. He's got the mannerisms with the shake that he does, right? Which is really, like, you know, captivating. The way he comes down, carries himself. His look, he just looks like just a lump, doesn't he? It just looks like a lump of just iron. Like, he looks just solid. He is someone that has that X factor. And Solo, I think, is still putting pieces together. He doesn't quite have the same facial expressions. He doesn't quite have the same presence. It can just be little things. It can be just tiny things, like the look you give, your hairstyle. You know, if we was to give Solo a different hairstyle, it might make a little difference. It won't all of a sudden make him better than Jacob. But, you know, if he starts doing like a new move that's devastating, you change his look a little bit, change his hairstyle a little bit, start to really work on his facial expressions, the way that he moves, maybe give him something. Like, maybe he can't outmug Jacob, but perhaps there's something else we can give him. Perhaps we can make him a bit more unpredictable. Like, maybe we can make him smarter than Jacob. Perhaps Jacob is always going to mean mug Solo, but what if Solo is smarter and can outmaneuver Jacob and actually strategically get himself into better positions than Jacob? So I sort of feel like there's still a way forward for Solo. There definitely feels like there needs to be work done. But yeah, I completely agree with you. That considering, you know, Solo had beaten John Cena in a high-profile match, and then became, you know, was tribal chief, running around claiming to be tribal chief with the Ula Fala. I don't think he ever felt like the true guy. He never realistically felt like he was going to beat Roman to me. He always felt like he was below Roman's level. I mean, if you was to do Roman Jacob, I would have a very different feeling. I would go into that match not quite knowing. If we did Roman Reigns versus Jacob, I genuinely don't know which way they would go. But if you do Roman Reigns solo, I don't think I ever had much doubt that it would be a case that Roman would win. The only thing I would say is you could have made an argument for Solo winning just for storyline purposes, just because he needs it more, right? But actually, if we're going to do a proper match, one-on-one, don't worry about what's next. Who's the bigger star? Who's the guy we're really going to invest in? It's Roman, innit? Roman and Solo, it's Roman. But, could they have had Solo beat Roman on that first Netflix? Sure. But we wouldn't be doing it because he was a bigger star or was going to become a bigger star. We would have done it because he needed it more. He needed it more. And they decided to not do that. They went with Roman, and now we're in a situation where, what do you do with Solo? When do we see Solo again? Is he even with Jacob and Tama Tonga? What do we do with Solo? Solo is in a very, very interesting place. A very interesting place. I actually don't know when we see him next. Could it be in the Rumble? Maybe. If it is, what's he doing? Hopefully not the exact same thing. Hopefully he is now going to come back with a slight change. Because I sort of feel like he needs it. I agree. There's been a cocktail of reasons why Solo hasn't quite worked. Dean, shout out to you, said the Miz segment yesterday, he needs friends. So does he begin the final testament coming to SmackDown, or one night finish the feud with the Wyatts? No, I don't see that at all. I hope people enjoyed that video. I am going to look to do that on a regular basis. So what I'm going to do is Unseen straight after the shows. And then what I want to do is opinion videos and all of this kind of stuff, right? Again, I might have to move things around. I'm not sure. But I always find that there is like a key talking point. I always find coming out of a show that there is like something that people want to talk about. And normally we just wait for the streams to get our teeth into it. But it doesn't really make sense to do that when I can get a video out earlier in the day. I can get a video out, around that kind of 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock time, UK time. Because if you think about it, I do Unseen, and then the next video on the channel isn't until the stream on the night or the next Unseen. There is a big gap there. I could put a video out 12 hours after Unseen, right? 14 hours after Unseen, and it would still be well before a stream. So I am looking at doing like a video where we basically take a topic like we would talk about here, just put it in its own video and dig into it. And I did that earlier with The Miz. So The Miz needs new friends, and what does it mean for the Wyatt Six, and are they in a feud, and who could he go and get, and all that sort of stuff. The reason why I don't think it'll be Carrion is because Carrion is on Raw, and it doesn't look like he's going to move to SmackDown. And also Carrion looks like he's turning his attention to Sami Zayn. It looks like Carrion has been watching Sami, is interested in Sami, and it looks like that's the direction they want to take Carrion, is in that direction. So I don't think we're going to see him move into SmackDown. I don't expect that. I think what we're going to see is actually Carrion going into a feud with Sami. Maybe that'll lead to a feud with the OG bloodline. Not sure. But I expect him to go that way, which is why I don't think he'll be moved to SmackDown or just help The Miz out. He had The Miz moved as a punishment. I don't think he's going to look to come and help him now. So, no, I'm not expecting Final Testament to help Miz. We did go through a bit of a list in that video. The one that really jumps out is the DIY one. DIY and Candice. I think that could be really interesting, certainly with the backstory of Dexter Loomis and whatnot. But if you've not seen that video, I would say check it out. It doesn't really make much sense to kind of repeat here what we've said in that video. But yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting. And there's a bit of movement now. Like, I think we're starting to see some green shoots for the Wyatt Six. You know, Miz has come over, so all of a sudden we've got something to get our teeth into. We've got, like, we can see a way forward. It might not be the way we go, but we can see a way forwards. And I think the fact that Nick Aldis said, you know, you need some friends and quickly, that also sort of suggests that the Wyatt Six might not be off TV too long. But again, I can only go back to what I've said before, and that is, don't get too excited. Don't get too carried away. Like, let's not kind of go crazy with, like, oh my God, they're going to be there next Friday. They're going to be there at the Rumble. They've asked for patience. I believe there's something going on behind the scenes. Sean Ross Sapp said someone's out with a little niggle or injury or something at the moment. So it could be that, you know, Uncle Howdy has picked up an injury. Last time we saw him was in that match. So there's every chance that there was something that he got from there. And so, you know, that could have put a spanner in the works. The Alexa situation could have put a spanner in the works. Creatively, we might have had to go down some different roads. There's loads of stuff that could have resulted in us being where we are. So let's give them the time they've asked for. See when they arrive. Take it from there. That's my honest advice, because I think otherwise you'll drive yourself insane. Just like how I was driving myself insane. Bradley, shout out to you, buds. Said, Daze, I love the watch-alongs, but I want to know, why is Raw more enjoyable than SmackDown? I can watch all of Raw, but I can't watch all of SmackDown. I just think at the moment SmackDown's in a bit of a bad situation. I think it's kind of the forgotten child. If you think that Raw has just gone to Netflix, and Netflix obviously want the big names, I think that Netflix as well is getting probably the lion's share of Triple H's attention, because I think it's Netflix Raw first, SmackDown gets what's left, right? There's still going to be big names that go to SmackDown because USA have still paid a lot of money for SmackDown. So, you know, you've still got to give them names. You know, I'm not saying that, like, anyone on SmackDown is, you know, just the leftover rubbish, but I'm saying that they're doing the key stuff first with Raw, and then, what have we got left over? So Damian Priest, for example, it's probably not a great sign that he's gone to SmackDown. And Miz, it's probably not a great sign that he's gone to SmackDown, because what that says to me is that they didn't have big creative stories for them on Netflix. They didn't have anything big or exciting for them to do on what is undoubtedly the A show. So if I'm Damian, I'm not down because, you know, I haven't gone back to NXT. I'm still on the main roster. I'm sure they will have said to me, look, we've got some plans for you, but it does mean you go into SmackDown. Like, we see you feuding with Shinsuke. We see you feuding with Jacob. Like, we've got these plans for you in 2025. So if I've had that, first of all, I've still got a job. Second of all, I'm still on TV. Third of all, there are creative plans for me. Fourth of all, I'm going to kill those stories so that I can get back to Raw and get back to being at the top, right? But this is maybe not the step that they would have chosen, yeah? I think anyone in WWE right now would want to be on Netflix, would want to be on Raw. I think that is undeniably the A show, right? Same with Wyatt Six. Wyatt Six being moved is not a brilliant sign, right? I think it says that they didn't have anything big for them on Netflix. I think it's just sort of, unfortunate, really, that they've been moved. Again, it could be that they've turned around and said, look, we want you to feud with The Miz, but we are moving The Miz, so we're going to move you as well. Or it could have been they moved the Wyatt Six, which is why The Miz got moved. You know, there are going to be knock-on effects. Bottom line is, though, Raw is the A show. No doubt about that. Raw is the A show. So if you're in a big feud on Raw, you're in a good place. If you're over on SmackDown, then it's not a problem. It's, you know, it's just maybe not where you would want to be. I think SmackDown is that land of opportunity. SmackDown is going to be for those that are trying to make their names. SmackDown is going to be, I would imagine SmackDown would be like, let's show them. Let's show them that we are actually the A show. They might think that Raw on Netflix is the A show because it's being seen all around the world on Netflix. It's got all this money and hype. But let's show them that the better brand is SmackDown. And, you know, if I was working at SmackDown, if I was in creative, if I had the talent's ear, that's exactly what I would be saying to them. This is SmackDown. This is where, like, the real wrestling lives. This is where we put on banging matches. This is where we have better storylines. And even though they might have the budget and they might have the attention, this is the better product. This is the better brand. And you are lucky to be a part of this. You'd want to go with a message along those lines. Sell them the dream. And it would be a dream that, as a creative person, you would believe in. You wouldn't be selling them a lie. You are working towards doing exactly that, being the better brand, right? And so I think that is going to take time, that we need all the pieces to fall into place. We need some of these stars to really establish themselves and get settled and find their groove. And you never know, there might still be a few nerves around for some of them that are new. Some people need a bit of a new, fresh coat of paint. It does feel like Raw first, SmackDown after. And, you know, we need this transfer window to close. We need the dust to settle. We need the new feuds to get started. And it's not helping with the Rumble because we can't really do anything because really people are just waiting for the Rumble. We're not going to start a feuds when people are in the Rumble and we're just waiting for the Rumble. So we're kind of in a bit of an awkward place. I think next week's shows are not going to be very good. I think next week's shows are going to be very go-homey because they are go-home shows for the Royal Rumble. And I think the Rumble is just going to suck everything, all the energy out the room. Any returns will be at the Rumble now. Any returns will be at the Rumble. Maybe you get some at tonight, but I don't think so. I think returns will be at the Rumble, and I think that we're going to see, you know, hopefully this transfer window close after the Rumble, and hopefully after the Rumble, I mean, that we road to WrestleMania. We start the WrestleMania feuds. So, yeah, I totally understand why SmackDown feels like a struggle. I thought SmackDown was a bit of a struggle. There was definitely moments yesterday where I was a bit bored. I think that shows in the streams because, honestly, if we're just having banter on the streams, having fun, normally that means that the show ain't holding our attention. It normally means the show just ain't worth our time. So we'll have a bit of fun instead. So actually, the fun that we have on streams is great, and we'll always do it. But if the show was better, we wouldn't even have time for it. But there was just a lot of nothing matches yesterday. I mean, the matches we had were all like throwaway matches. It was like Johnny Gargano against Apollo. Like, honestly, who gives a flip? LA Knight against Tama Tonga. Who cares? Like, even Damian Priest against Carmelo. I mean, it might be a fun match in isolation, but I mean, you lot scored it good 95%, so apparently it wasn't. Apparently it wasn't even that great. So it was fine. It was acceptable, but it never really got out of like second gear. So it was just a whole show of like those kinds of matches that just didn't really matter. So I don't want to sit here and just moan, although I am very good at doing that. But hopefully it's just a period of time and we can, you know, get past it. I think get past this next week, get to the Rumble. Rumble's going to be amazing. Really who's not looking forward to the Rumble event, right? That's going to be amazing. And then I think after that, we're going to have started some new feuds. We'll have stuff to get our teeth into, and we'll be on the road to WrestleMania then. We'll be very much up and running. So, Bradley, shout out to you, my friend. Miss Clown, hello. Bate has got some short hair and no beard at the moment. Ooh. Well, honestly, I wish him all the best. I would advise him to change his presentation. I think it's hard enough to get over as it is. And I think having a gimmick that is very based on meditation and Zen and crystals and, you know, veganism, and it might be who he is as a person, But I just think that's going to be really difficult to get over. That's going to be really hard for people to be like really invested in. And so I would advise that you change direction on that. But he's got to do what he thinks is right. WWE are obviously doing what they think is right. And I'm very interested to see what he returns as. And if he's going to keep going down that road, or will we change direction, or we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Right. Little Ray said, I got my name because I fell in the toilet when I was at Raw. Another man was there going by the name of Hornswoggle. I thought I was dreaming until he said bend over, and I fainted, and I woke up as Little Rye. Little Rye. I have no idea what that story means, Little Rye. I have no idea. You was at Raw. There was another man who went by the name of Hornswoggle. How did that result in you being Little Rye? Little Rye, none of that makes sense. It's not checking out, Little Rye. It is not checking out. It does make me want to go and get our voice, though. Oh, this was our review.
Nothing was tickling our taint.
That was our review of SmackDown last night. That was the final thing that was written in there. I still stand by that, by the way. Big time shout out to you said, why does it feel like so many weekly shows are becoming throwaway? It seems to be a bit of an ongoing trend with Triple H in recent months. I don't know that they're doing that for Raw. I think that Raw, the debut, did what it needed to do. It did not blow away the hardcore fans, but, you know, everything I've heard from, you know, the feedback for the casuals, and, you know, Undertaker was there. And you've got to remember, a lot of fans are just absolutely blinded by star power. Like, if you just put on loads of big names, that's it. It doesn't matter what they do. You know, oh my God, how can you say that show was rubbish? Undertaker was there. The Rock opened the show. How can you say that that show was not very good? Like, Roman Reigns wrestled. Like, how can you say it's not very good? But, you know, it wasn't. Because what did they do? Undertaker drove around the ring, put his arm in the air, and then, you know, pootled off. Rock came out and broke kayfabe. Roman match was good. I will give it that. And that definitely, you know, got some credit. But The Rock came out, kind of teased he was going to do something, and then didn't. Which is fine. But, you know, there was just a lot of smoke and mirrors. There was a lot of star power for the sake of star power that didn't really contribute a great deal. That's what the debut episode was, and it probably was what it should have been. It was probably ticked the boxes it needed to tick. And then they said, week 2, we're going to, you know, it'll be better. It'll be like what you expect it to be. And it was. The second week was a really good show. Really good show. I was like, yes, now this is the Raw we want. So it was much, much better. I feel like, was it week 3 this past week where it took a dip? It was not as strong as that second week. So I think it did take a little bit of a dip. And SmackDown, I think, has just been struggling for a while. But I think that's because they've been so focused on Raw. I've got to think that SmackDown is just playing catch up. I think Raw is the one they're prioritizing. And I think that SmackDown is getting, you know, everything is second for SmackDown. So when Triple H sits down to do his meetings, he'll start with Raw. I've got no doubt about that. When it comes to like having conversations about new storylines, we get the Raw stuff sorted first. And then we move on to SmackDown. It's always SmackDown after. SmackDown second. We sort Raw first. So I think the week 1 did what it needed to do. Week 2 was much, much better. Week 3 was a dip. I don't know how great of a dip, but it was a dip. And we don't know what week 4 is going to be. So that's where we are with Raw. SmackDown is playing catch up. We're obviously a week away from the Rumble. I'm just going to repeat what I said, and that is, let's get past the Rumble. We'll see where we are then. Lisa, shout out to you, said, do we think when Jacob shoved Tama last night, it teased tension between them? Tama had a F look on his face after? Well, I think it definitely showed, I don't know if it showed tension, but it definitely showed Jacob's priority. I mean, those kind of interactions are so important because that is the stuff that made the OG bloodline the OG bloodline. Lots of backstage interactions, lots of Sammy talking to the Usos when Roman wasn't around. Don't forget, Jey could not stand Sammy. Jimmy was on boards. They were having problems, Jey and Sammy, and we were exploring all of that. And then, of course, Roman would come back and we would explore Roman and Sammy, and we'd explore Jey and Sammy and Jey and Roman, and like we'd dig into all of that. We haven't done any. How does Tama feel about Solo? How does Tama feel about Jacob? How does Jacob feel about Tonga Loa? How does Jacob feel about Solo? We don't see any backstage conversations between Tama and Solo. We don't get let into that world, which means that world is a bit more mysterious, but it doesn't mean it's better. Like it means that it's a bit colder. It means that there's a bit more of a barrier there. And so we don't really get that insight. So seeing him push Tama away, I think that was a good moment, a big moment, because it sort of showed and told us he's not worried about doing that. He's not worried about upsetting the group dynamic. He's not worried about getting physical and pushing Tama away and what the repercussions of that could be, right? And equally, you know, that means that he's very focused, hyper-focused on Braun Strowman, and that's fine. That's absolutely fine. I don't have a problem with that. It doesn't suggest to me that he hates Tama. It doesn't suggest to me that he, like, is ready to go to war against Tama. It just says to me that he doesn't have a problem with pushing, like, Tama away. Probably the same with Tonga Loa. Don't know about Solo. If he was to do it to Solo after all the I Love You Solo stuff, that would be interesting. And this is where that stuff has been lacking with this bloodline. Because if we'd have seen him doing it to Tama, to Tonga, but, you know, maybe he went to do it to Solo but stopped himself, you know, then all of a sudden you've just got these little moments that wrestling fans love. That then eventually, what if he did it to Solo? He wouldn't do that before, but he's doing it now. Just like how he used to do I Love You Solo, and he's not doing that now. Again, that's something that's really, you know, really interesting. Those little details, they mean so much to the hardcore fans. They're the bits that really the hardcore fans just eat up. You see them all over social media. Like, they're just the little things in the background, the little looks, the little gestures. You know, these are the things that wrestling fans really gravitate towards. I think it's because there's a couple of things at play. I think wrestling fans don't ever want to feel like they're not in on something. They don't ever want to feel like they've missed something. They don't ever feel like they didn't spot something. I think that's one aspect. And probably not just wrestling fans. This might just be humans, right? Across all things. I think the other aspect as well is the fact that they like to read into this stuff. They like that extra level of detail. They want to believe in these things, you know? They want to believe that everything matters. They want to believe... You know, Sam Roberts said nothing is coincidental. And I've said before, I completely disagree. Because if I had the time and the energy, I could throw a list together of stuff that absolutely was coincidental, that did not lead to anything. So, you know, I completely disagree with that stance. But I think that people want to believe that that is true. I think people want to believe that everything is done on purpose. Why did they do this? Why did they do that? When the truth is, there's a lot of stuff that does happen coincidentally. And there's a lot of stuff that does kind of fall into place that maybe wasn't planned. And so I kind of think that those little moments are, you know, really appreciated when you do plant them on purpose. So I wish we would see more, to be honest. So I don't get the impression that Solo and Tama are on a collision course, but I do think it gives us a glimpse into their relationship. Right, Austin, shout out to you, bud, said, has there been any more updates on the bloodline in NXT? Do you think that could involve Solo? Hope you are well, Boomer. Same to you, Boomer. No, I haven't heard of any bloodline. I've never heard of any bloodline in NXT. The only person I've heard talk about a bloodline in NXT is Tom Colohue, and wasn't there like a rumor that was doing the round about a week ago about there potentially being some, but there's been nothing since then, right? I don't currently expect it, to be honest with you. I think we do have Hikuleo. We do have Lance. I think the idea of Solo going down and maybe leading them is very interesting. I think it would be a hell of a fall for Solo, though. If you go to NXT, it's a demotion. We've just been saying that with Corey Graves, right? So for Solo to have been in PLE matches, to have just been in a match with Roman, to have been the tribal chief, to have been head of this new bloodline, to have done that so recently. This wasn't 2 years ago. You know, this wasn't 3 years ago. This was a few months ago. Like, not even that. I mean, his match with Roman was on the 6th of January. It was 20 days ago. So, you know, at that point, he's having a match opening Raw on Netflix with Roman. So for him to go from that to now being moved to NXT is quite shocking. That would be quite shocking. That would be quite a fall. I don't think, you see, if he's going to go to NXT, it'd be a short-term thing. Not like what Bayley's doing right now with Roxanne. She's not been moved to NXT. She's just visiting NXT. She's just there for a few weeks. She's wrestling Tuesday, actually, in a tag match. And I'm sure she will have a singles match with Roxanne. So, you know, she's just stopping by, much like how Becky did when Becky popped by, yeah? Just go down, do a few bits and bobs. We've seen Natalia do that. There's been quite a few, actually, that have done that. But I think if you are actually moved, it's not a good sign. Look at Baron Corbin. Baron Corbin was moved from the main roster down to NXT. He revealed in his interview the other day that he was told to completely reinvent himself. That's what he was told. Go down, completely reinvent yourself. I think he struggled with that personally. I think he was told by Triple H he'd done a good job, right? And that's up to them. But as a viewer, I always felt like I didn't see a great difference between Baron Corbin and kind of what he'd, you know, been trying to achieve and what he'd actually tried to do. I thought the burn the ships was very good, but a new catchphrase, burn the ships, slightly altered ring gear, isn't really changing a great deal. So I wasn't massively into his reinvention. And then, of course, he gets called back up to the main roster and released, which I don't understand. I've never understood that. I've never understood people being called up and then released. I've never, ever... And didn't they do that with Dijak? Like, I've never understood that. Why, if you're going to release them, why don't you just release them at the NXT level? Why call them up and then release them? But anyway, you know, it was clear that there was an issue there, and they were struggling to find creative for him. And really, he needed a serious reinvention. I think if you're ever told you've got to reinvent yourself, you have got to reinvent yourself, right? It ain't just like get a new catchphrase, burn the ships. It's like Husky Harris, Bray Wyatt. Yeah? It's reinvent yourself. And I don't think he went far. I don't think he went anywhere near far enough with him trying to reinvent himself. So anyway, that's Baron Corbin. He ended up getting released. I feel really sorry for him. Don't want to see anyone get released. He got told he got done a good job by Triple H, but I don't know. Who knows if that's true? I'm sure he got told it, but who knows if Triple H meant it? So I sort of feel like for Solo to go back to NXT, that would indicate problems to me. That would indicate we are struggling to book you. There are some issues. We need to work this out. I still think it was shocking they moved Finn Balor back to NXT. I still don't understand that, to be honest. It worked for him, though. He went down, went back up. He's been in Judgment Day. It's been fine. He still has not been world champ since 2016, though. It's still been 9 years since he's been a world champion. So, you know, it's clear that there's been creative issues with Finn Balor as well. So for Solo to go down, it would not be a good look. Because if you've got Hikuleo, you've got Lance Anoa'i. I know they can wrestle to a certain degree, but how long is it going to take them to get to the main roster? It could take them 6 months plus. So you're going to put Solo down there to start a new bloodline with some people that we don't know. I mean, neither of them are going to be better than Jacob. So, like, you're going down to start a new bloodline that's not going to be potentially any better than the bloodline is in anyway. And where's he going to be in like 12 months? Like, I don't know. None of that is adding up to me. If I was booking Solo, I would say to him, we have got to find a way of you being able to stand opposite Jacob and having a realistic chance of winning. We have got to find a way of you being an equal to Jacob, because here's a harsh truth: you're not. Right now, you're not. You are not an equal to Jacob. If you stand opposite the ring to Jacob, you are completely overwhelmed in a lot of departments, right? Presentation, aura, I would say mic skills. We have got to... I'd say with Solo, there's like a lump of clay that you can mold, right? You can do something with. I don't feel like the clay is that substantial. I feel like if you compare how much molding clay there is to Jacob, Jacob's like this. Like, there's loads you can do with Jacob, right? He's got loads to work with. He's got great promo skills, great in-ring, his aura, X-Factor, charisma. So much to do with Solo. It's much smaller. And I feel like with Solo, you can still create something really good, but it's going to be quite difficult because I don't think you're working with as much as what Jacob brings to the table. So this is why I was saying, like, you're never going to out-mug Jacob. You're never going to have Solo on the other side of the ring looking moodier and looking more intimidating. You're never going to out-intimidate Jacob, so don't even try. Don't even try. That is not the path I would go down. I would try and go down a path where I think I would start moving a little bit away from the Street Fighter type situation. And I would start thinking about, can I have him being smarter? Can I have him being more strategic? Can I have him being maybe more unforgiving? But that's going to be hard to do. Just sick. Sick might be... I mean, with Jacob, he is someone that can get in there, mess you up, he'll beat you and he'll leave. But maybe Jacob isn't going to go and do anything like really abhorrent. Maybe abhorrent is a good word, because that kind of sick, twisted sort of stuff, maybe Jacob doesn't go to those levels. Jacob will go in there, he'll go toe-to-toe with you, and he'll beat you one-on-one, yeah? But he isn't going to do anything sickening. Maybe I have Solo turn that dial up. Maybe I have Solo that's unhinged, that will do whatever it takes. Well, there are no limits when it comes to Solo, and he's a bit more abhorrent is maybe the word I would use, yeah, with kind of his approach. So, yeah, really interesting. What you do with Solo, I don't know, but him going down to NXT to start a new bloodline, which I have no confidence would be any better than the bloodline he's already got, just feels like we're just repeating ourselves. It just feels like we're going back over the same ground again. And I don't have any confidence that ultimately that leads to him being in a different situation, you know? So, Austin, good question. I thought it was great. George said, what's your go-to order at Greg's? Yeah, Greg's. Our American friends don't have Greg's, do they? Yeah, so Greg's, that's where you can get like steak bakes. What can you get? You can get sausage and bean melts. So these are like pastries that have got like gravy and steak inside. You hold them like that. They're like rectangle. And you eat them and it's got like steak, bit of steak in there, bit of gravy in there. Normally about like £2.50, £3, something like that. It's kind of like a fast food thing. But they're all over high streets in the UK. The problem with them is they're not meant to sell hot food. I don't think they're allowed to sell hot food. So they cook them. When they're straight out the oven, they're boiling. But really, most of the times you go, they're quite cold because they don't make any effort to keep them warm, because I think actually they're not meant to be kept warm. Like, they're obviously going to be warm straight out the oven. But really, other than that, it's just you get what you get. So it's a very hit and miss experience, I find, with Greg's. Normally, when I would go, I would normally get a baguette from one of the fridges before you actually get to the cash point. I'd normally get like a chicken and sweet corn baguette, something like that. If I was going to have something from the counter, probably a steak bake, probably a sausage and bean melt that's got a bit of sausage in it, baked beans in it, in a pastry thing. Beautiful. Love that. Sometimes they do little pizza slices. They're okay. I'm not crazy on the sausage rolls. Sausage rolls are their best sellers. That's like a sausage inside of pastry. And sausage rolls, I mean, I'm sure you have sausage rolls in America. But yeah, they're the best sellers. People flipping go crazy for them. And I just think they're okay. I don't think they're that special. I think they're all right. Greg's is, I mean, if there's a Greg's, to be honest, I'd probably walk past it and go to a Wetherspoons and get like, you know, something from there, like a proper meal from there, rather than going and spending in Greg's. So Greg's is, it's a lunchtime thing for me. When I was at work, I could pop to Greg's to pick up some lunch, go back and eat it in the staff room. But maybe if I'm just a little peckish and I'm out, I might pop in and grab something. But it's not really a go-to destination. It's not like you're out and you're like, oh, I'm hungry. Oh, do you know what? I'm going to have a Greg's. I have never thought that in my life. Never in my life have I ever thought that. I've only ever popped in if ever I'm walking past. And I've only ever gone there specifically if I'm on my lunch break. Never in my life have I thought, oh, I could have a Greg's now. But I'm sure there's people that do think that way. Perverts. So, yeah. What's your go-to Greg's order? Thank you. Cal, shout out to you, buds. Cal, you have been selected. Well done. You are going to be read out. Here we go.
Cal Blundell, £10. Daze, I think the Wyatt story was always supposed to go like this. The Miz joined a pretend family which they said was blasphemy. They're collecting the debt. Maybe they played the hefty after all.
Maybe they played Final Testament after all. I don't think, well, I think it was meant to go this way in regards to everything we've had, right? But I do think there was meant to be that final showdown. I think there was meant to be that final showdown, and I think the Wyatt Six would have won. I don't think, in any booking regard, it makes any sense for the Wyatt Six to not win this feuds. I know some people will say, yeah, but Carrion's great as well, and all this kind of stuff. But when you come in with the momentum, the hype, the emotion, you know, like think about how they were launched with, you know, Uncle Howdy appearing at the end of that Bray documentary, the Nightbird campaign that ran for months, their massacre arrival. You know, I don't think there's anyone that would really argue that they were meant to win these first feuds. Yeah, they got past Chad Gable. All right, Chad Gable never changed, but, you know, they clearly won that feud. And I think then you've got Carrion, who sadly and criminally was not really doing a great deal. And, you know, we were struggling for feuds for him. So, you know, I think they were bodies for the Wyatt Six. And I think that they were ultimately going to lose. And I think that's okay. I think that they got a lot out of it. Carrion is so much higher now in people's estimation, because the great thing with Carrion is if you give him an opportunity, he will maximize that opportunity. You give him an opportunity, he will absolutely get as much out of it for himself as he can. And he did. You know, his promos, everything he was doing on the show, everything he was doing on social media was so effective. It was so impressive. It was so good. I genuinely believe they advertised that final showdown, and I genuinely believe we were meant to get that final showdown. Whether there would have been a little screwy thing after that then would have meant the Miz would have been pushed back in the Wyatt's direction. You know, it could have been that the final testament lost, and then Cross was so angry he kind of threw the Miz to the Wyatt Six, out of anger. We absolutely could have done that. We don't know quite how the story would have ended. We don't quite know how it would have totally played out, but I don't have any doubt that we would have got that final testament, that final kind of showdown match. I have no doubt that we've gone down some roads that we weren't meant to go down. There are rumours of there being some sort of injury or some sort of issue. We obviously know about the Alexa delay as well. Rumour is she was meant to have come in weeks ago, and that could have played a part. So I sort of feel like, yes, I agree to a degree that this has gone the way it was meant to go, but I think really anything after they announced that final showdown match on Raw Talk, I think we did then go down some paths we weren't planning on. And I think we've had to sort of abandon that feud a little early. We've moved them over to SmackDown, and we've kicked the Miz over there as well. And I think rather than looking at Final Testament feuds and debating it, worrying about it, I think it's time to look now at the future of what's next. I'm at the point now where, I'm over the disappointment. I know what I need to do to keep my own sanity. And what I need to do is not get too carried away. What I need to do is to just let them do whatever it is they're doing, because I'm convinced this isn't right. I'm convinced we're going down roads that we were not expecting to go down. And I'm convinced that we need to just bring them back. When they're back, we can get stuck into something. I'm also convinced that Rob Fee sees the frustration. And I hope that means that there are some serious talks in creative about how we need to use this group more. And, this is a big opportunity for them to kind of press the reset a little bit. No, they don't need to change a great deal. But where are the interesting promos? Where are the, the locations? Where are where is that stuff? Where is all the engaging kind of sometimes we just get a little interruption on screen, a little flicker, something like that, and a tweet. I mean, that is quite low effort, to be honest. There's not, if you're a Wyatt Six fan and you only watch him for the Wyatt Six, you can sort of understand why week after week people get frustrated, because you tune in hoping you're going to see them this week and you haven't seen him for the past few weeks. So you're hoping this will be the week. And then what do you end up with? Probably nothing. Probably a tweet. Probably a tweet that tells you to be patient. I mean, this is why I can understand the frustration. This is why I can understand the fans being like, I knew it was going to be like this. Fans want to see them on a semi-regular basis. They're all right with not seeing them every week, but they want to see them on a semi-regular basis. They want to see them being badasses. They want to see them causing chaos and carnage. And I know they can't do that every week, but I mean, I don't even know the last time they caused chaos and carnage. When was the last time the Wyatt Six caused chaos and carnage? I mean, even in their match that they had with Howdy, they ended up losing. I don't think that can be classed as chaos and carnage. I don't know. I think their Massacre was good. I think the interviews were good. I think the feud with Chad was quite underwhelming. I think that the after results of it were very underwhelming. He hasn't changed. Nothing changed. So none of that seemed to matter. It's all well and good saying your day of reckoning is coming. You know, I'm gonna unleash hell on you and all this kind of stuff. And then the words just don't get backed up. What they've said just don't show themselves in their actions, you know? Apart from the massacre, which doesn't that just feel like an exception now? That massacre when they murked Chads was so good. Really good. I'd give it like an A rating, maybe an A minus, right? It was really, really top tier stuff. But I really would struggle to say that there'd be much after that reached that level. Maybe his tape, from an emotional point of view, kind of got to that level. Maybe the Rowan tape, from an emotional point of view, got to that level. But really, even a lot of the kind of in-ring stuff we saw, it was more a relief of seeing them. It was more a relief of, yes, we're actually getting them in the ring and they're working as a team. And rather than the match being like mind-blowing, amazing, oh my God, it's the best thing I've ever seen. Like, you know, they're doing amazing moves and this was amazing and that was amazing. Like, apart from that, there was obviously a nice little touches, little things that they were doing, you know, looking up to the heavens and yeah, and things like that. My life for you, that, you know, little bits. But by and large, for me, none of that was getting to the levels of the massacre. So I feel like we've been waiting for what we hoped for since the massacre, really. Since, this is why I say like 6-7 months. I feel like we've been waiting for like really the stuff that we were hoping for. Because other than that, it's little interruptions, it's tweets, it's maybe a match, but the matches are okay. I mean, you get to see them. That's good. We're excited to see them. We get our hopes up. I think just seeing them, we're very grateful. As a fan base, we're very grateful just to see them. So we're like, yep, that was fine. I'll take that. Well, we got to see them wrestle. But, you know, in the cold light of day, if we're going to be honest, what do you really get in those matches? What do you really get that, like, when you saw The Fiend and he would come down and he was cool and he was like snapping people's necks and putting his arms out, sticking his tongue out. What do you get that's similar to that from the Wyatt Six? I think Nikki has been doing some very good character work, but it's clearly not The Fiend level. I think, like, I look at Gacy as there's not really much there at the moment for me. Dexter's okay. Rowan's got that link to the past. That's cool. Howdy, you know, when we see Howdy, there's criticism of his hair. So sometimes we see him and people are like, he looks like a badass with the dreads and the braids. And that is so good. And then sometimes he looks like he's doing a L'Oreal commercial. So there's so much to talk about with the Wyatt Six. This, you know, presentation not quite right. The amount of appearances not quite right. Storylines too slow. No sort of funhouse. No sort of promo location. It just feels like they did so much work for Nightbirds and then did not follow that up. They did a lot of work for Nightbirds, a lot of work for the costumes, and then they didn't follow it up with the creative. The creative has been nowhere near that level. It's kind of like Rob Fee and Uncle Howdy and Jason Baker got together in a room, right? And they were like, right, this is what we're going to do for Nightbirds. Yes, that's brilliant. Oh, we did that for White Rabbit. It worked really well. I always wanted to do this. Yes, let's do it. We could call back to this film. We could do this. Oh my God, that's amazing. Jason, what are you doing for the costumes? I'm going to do this mask. I'm going to do... Yes, that's brilliant. You're brilliant. You're brilliant. I'm brilliant. We're brilliant. Right? Nightbird. So good. Costumes. So good. Right, we've done all that. Okay, let's throw it over to the creative department because they're going to do the booking going forwards. Okay, right, but they're going to look after it, yeah? Yeah. They're going to look after it. Pass it over to them. That was the creative department. That's what the creative department did with it. Yeah. We went from having this amazing round table of ideas and energy and creativity, and then the WWE goofballs in the creative department took a little look at it like this. I don't understand. And then just like sort of smiled back, and that was it. It really feels like two completely separate teams have been responsible for the different aspects. The launch and the costumes and the massacre and the Nightbirds. That's all Rob Fee. And that's all like Uncle Howdy and Bo and Jason Baker. And then flipping the rest of it is the flipping goofballs that are in the creative department that like struggle to chew their food. When they stand up, I'd imagine they bump into the walls. Honestly. Absolute goofs. Goofs. I'm probably being a bit harsh on them. They're probably lovely people, but if you are watching this, I think you're absolute douches. I don't think you could flip in, book your way into bookies. I don't think you could do booking in a bookies. Yeah. Take that, creative department, you boomers. Right, Matt, shout out to you. So, Cal, good work. Matt Carney, shout out to you, but these brackets, it's probably not going to read, to be honest. Let's have a look.
Space and time. Daze, do you enjoy that wrestling is a closed-off, self-contained universe, or that it is fundamentally an infinite story that never reaches true conclusion? Which one?
Do you enjoy that wrestling is a self-contained universe? Sort of is and it isn't, because we've got Speed coming in to the Royal Rumble. We got Bad Bunny sniffing around. Pat jumping on commentary when he can be bothered. So, self-contained. Travis Scott rocking up doing flipping smoking reefers. Matthew McConaughey in the crowd. I mean, if we were self-contained, we'd keep all these boomers out. Like, we would just be focused on our world that we have created. But I don't think we are a self-contained world because... again, this is why I think the supernatural stuff is not really to Triple H's taste, because we operate in the real world. We do have, like, Vanessa Hudgens come in and saying hello. We do have Matthew McConaughey in the crowd and the wrestlers interacting with them. We were probably more self-contained during, like, the pandemic. It was probably quite self-contained then. But I sort of feel like there's a lot of, Jey Uso coming through the crowd, yeeting with the little kids and whatever. I don't know how self-contained we are. Logan Paul being United States champ, having the belt on his podcast. Like, I feel like we are maybe even more than ever really reaching out to, Speed, Logan, Pat, like just all these different, different people, Matthew McConaughey, Vanessa Hudgens, Travis Scott. Trying to think who else has been around recently. There's been a few people around. Bad Bunny making noises about coming back. Self-contained? Not sure. Or is it fundamentally an infinite story that never reaches its conclusion? Well, I can't say it never reach its conclusion because one day WWE might close and they might wrap up all the stories. I think, to be honest, it is a reflection. I always like to look at wrestling this way. I think it's a reflection of the real world. I think it's just an extension of real life. I think that this is what makes it so relatable. It's a soap opera. It's a soap opera. It's a soap opera that's on a few times a week. And they tell stories. But it's just there's a way of resolving issues, and that is the ring, and it's wrestling. And it's debatable as to which is the most important. Do you start with the wrestling matches and then build a story? Or do you have a story that then can be resolved with the wrestling matches? I think sometimes we do both. I think sometimes we have an interesting story that then means that we can resolve issues with a wrestling ring. But sometimes we might want to do a dream match, and then we'll build a bit of a story to get us to that match. I think there's different ways that you can book it. So I think I don't know that it'll never reach its conclusion. I suppose it won't, because of course, even if the company was to close, those wrestlers, those characters, they might not disappear. They might go to other companies. And I can't see the company closing anytime soon. So it never reaching its conclusion. You will always hear Triple H saying that. We don't have an off season. You know, the story keeps going forwards. It's kind of why that video series that I'm looking to launch, right, which I did the first episode of earlier, the one on The Miz and the Wyatt Six, I've called it What Now? Because I think you can always ask that question in wrestling. After every show, you can always ask, what now? What next? What now? And I think, wrestling, I think, will hopefully keep going forever. Whether, these characters and WWE will be that way, obviously, we don't know. But I think it's a reflection of real life. I think you can relate to Cody trying to win that belt for his dad. It makes you think about your parents and you trying to achieve things and make your parents proud. And you kind of can sympathize for, him wanting to achieve that for his dad, and his dad maybe no longer being with us. And if you've lost a parent, I'm sure it made you reflect on that. If you haven't, I'm sure it's made you think about, family and reflect on your relationship with your family. And I think it's very, very relatable. Very relatable. And I think this is why it can be a bit of a struggle when it comes to the supernatural stuff, because I think that there are questions in the world when it comes to ghosts and paranormal activity, but we don't have any evidence of it. There is no concrete evidence of a ghost, right? We're still, I know people will be like, oh, well, you say that, but in 1937, yeah, whatever, boomer, right? There's nothing that has meant that ghosts are accepted now as fact, right? There might be mystery around it. There might be some footage that's been filmed that people are like, oh, that's mysterious, but it's all grey area. It's all, it could be, it might not be, it might be a camera issue. It might be a bit of dust. People saying that there was an orb. It might have just been a speck of dust that was floating, right? It might have been faked. There's so many different things. Really, it's a grey area. And I think that's why in wrestling, Triple H, and myself, I feel this way as well, prefer that stuff to be in the grey area. There is definitely a place for that stuff. We saw it with Undertaker. We saw it with Kane. We saw it with The Fiend. We saw it with Bray. But I do think there's a line. And I do think that the good stuff, the interesting stuff, the thought-provoking stuff, the stuff that I think you can really enjoy is the stuff that doesn't go too far. Because I do think you will leave some people behind. And I do think that you'll get, a group of people being like, nah, you've lost me now. You've lost me. So that's why, for me, that's my personal stance on the supernatural stuff. But, people will feel different on that. And that's fine. And people will feel different about wrestling. I sort of feel like this is a big question because it fundamentally shapes how you view wrestling. Some people do not view wrestling that way. For them, it's anything goes. I tune in just to be entertained. I don't care if men are fighting women. I don't care if everyone's got a superpower. I don't care if wrestlers come floating down to the ring. I don't care if we have celebrities taking on wrestlers, because I don't see it as an extension of real life. I see it as just a form of entertainment that I turn on, I watch, I laugh, I cry, whatever I might do, I react to it, and then I carry on with my day. Some people view it that way, and it completely changes how they interact with pro wrestling. I view it as an extension of real life. I view it as these are people that have injuries. These are people with families. These are people that are telling a story. I can relate to that. Tyler Bate grew up a few miles away from me. I wish him all the best. He's living the dream I would love to live. I can relate to that. I want him to succeed. To me, he's not some, alien that like, is firing out fireballs and everything. To me, like, wrestling is relatable. It's a soap opera. It's based in reality. I see people's injuries. We looked at Chelsea Green's lip that was busted. We know that they're human. We know they get hurt. We know they have families. And so for me, that's why I view it like that way. So for me, it's a story that keeps going along. But really, that is something that's worth asking yourself. How do you view it? Because it really changes everything. It changes how you view everything. And, maybe if I was to, I don't even know that it would be possible now, but if I was to change my view of wrestling, if I was to stop looking at it that way and instead look at it more as this is a bonkers TV show, anything can happen, it's not based in reality, it's not a flipping documentary, it's just a form of entertainment. If I was to view it more that way, perhaps some of my red lines would be erased. Maybe then I would start viewing wrestling in a very different way and watching and enjoying it in a different way. I don't know, it's a different perspective, So a very deep question about what is pro wrestling to you. And that's probably the best answer I can give you an hour before Saturday night's main event. So shout out to you, Matt Carney. Charles has just followed up that very thought-provoking comment with one here of his own. Let's see what Charles has got to say.
Jacob always looks constipated.
Yeah. Charles, thank you. I appreciate that. Jacob does indeed always look constipated. And maybe that is the secret. Do you know, sometimes they do tell them little things like that that kind of bring out the reaction you're looking for. For example, I heard Ewan McGregor in a short say that during the filming of Star Wars, there was a kid that opened a door and came walking towards him. And they kept having to redo this thing because the kid's facial expression was never the right facial expression. And so Ewan actually said to the kid, he was like, when the door opens, I want you to react like I've just done the worst fart in the world. I want your face to look disgusted, confused. Just imagine that and give me that reaction. And apparently the kid did do that exact reaction, and it's the one that's in the film. And it was exactly... They actually didn't want him to look as if he was reacting to a fart. They wanted him to react to, I don't know, Ewan just being there as Obi-Wan Kenobi, right? And the kid would, be, really confused and what are you doing here? You shouldn't really be here. That kind of a look. But the way he managed to get it was by saying, make it look like make it seem like I've just done the worst fart ever. And that's how he got the reaction. I'm not saying they said to Jacob, look constipated, but it just reminded me of that story where you could say something like that and it could actually result in the look that he delivers. And it just reminded me of that Ewan McGregor story I heard the other day.
Mark Woods. The real question is, what's under the beanie? Is Daze bald? Does he have hair? Is it a wig? Is it a little rat controlling his every move?
With some little joysticks like that. Moving the arms. Yes. I've told the beanie story before and I'm quite happy to share it again. I am the laziest person you'll ever meet, right? I do stream all the time. And I do but I love doing this. I don't really see this as work, right? So to me, this is just great hanging out, chatting with you guys about wrestling. So to me, this is a pleasure, right? So I don't see this as work. This is no problem whatsoever. But when I wake up, I want to get to my notifications. I want to get to doing a video. I want to, you know, see what the news is. I don't want to have to be like doing my hair, because if I wash my hair is actually quite long. Not at the moment. I shaved it not long ago, but it normally can grow quite long. And in the early days, I was putting product on it. You can find pictures of me without the hat on. And I was putting product on and I was really slicking my hair back. I went through a phase where I was having it like quite long on top and slicked back and then shaved on the sides. And I still like that look, actually. I thought it worked for me, but there's no way I could be doing that every day. I don't want to have to get up and then like do all that just so I can do videos. So really, from the very first video, I made a very conscious decision that when I get back from work, because I'd been at work all day, so my hair over a whole day had got messed up, right? I didn't want to have to come back and redo it. Hat, bang. Used to just put the beanie on, and that was it. And I used to just get into the habit of doing that. And it's just got to the point now where it really doesn't matter if my hair is long, if it's short. It doesn't really matter what my hair is doing. I am so now in the habit of putting a beanie on every time I record. It's just, it's not really an identity thing. It's not a brand thing. It is a 100% born out of laziness thing. So it's not anything to do with being bald or being ashamed. I suppose a bit of shame that my hair was a mess and I couldn't be bothered to like do it. That's what it was born out of. But don't get me wrong, as years go by, I have no doubt my hair will thin. And so it will then start to serve a new purpose, which is like you won't then see that I used to have loads of hair and now I don't have any, right? So it will eventually serve that purpose, that very purpose. But I don't think we're quite there yet. I don't think we're quite there. DEFCON, shout out to you, buds. Let's go over.
DEFCON Prime and his power bets, $5. Some independent feds did their version of Wyatt 6 before they ever debuted. Characters like Mads Kruger, Black Taurus, Decay. I'm used to it already.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, if other promotions were doing things like that, I mean, that kind of dark stuff it's been around. I feel like a lot of Undertaker inspired a lot of that kind of darker side of things. And I'm sure there was things before that, because I'm trying to think, like Kevin Sullivan was doing quite dark stuff that I think was pre-Undertaker. I don't think you can find loads of kind of dark, spooky stuff, but, you know, if ever there was an interesting YouTube video that needed to be made, probably the history of dark, spooky characters in wrestling would be it. To go, you know, if there was anything that could be found in the 40s, the 50s, the 60s, I can't sit here and name anything right now. I could not sit here and tell you of any kind of Undertaker, Kane, Mankind, Wyatt Six, Fiend type characters from 40s, 50s or 60s. Really, Kevin Sullivan. I'm trying to think if there's anything pre-Kevin Sullivan, and I can't really think of anything, to be honest. I mean, you had like executioners and stuff like that, but I can't really think of anything pre-Kevin Sullivan. So I think, yeah, lots of like Kevin Sullivan, Undertaker, Dungeon of Doom, you know, bits like that will have, you know, inspired a lot of kind of indie promotions. They will have then had their kind of stuff. I think the magic of the Wyatt Six isn't that it's not come out of anywhere. It's a continuation of Bray's work. So I don't see these characters as just characters that we've just, you know, conjured up. It's a continuation of what the work that Bray Wyatt had started, which is why it's very, very special to a lot of people. And it's something that a lot of people really want to see succeed. I did that video, didn't I, of like, is it over for the Wyatt Six? And I do love that video because that video actually inspired the video I dropped earlier, because I think those videos have got a place. Because I think we talk about some really interesting stuff on these streams, certainly in the hours before. And I think there is, like, if you're not here to join us live, I think you miss out on some really interesting conversations. I don't want to big up the streams, but I do think we have some good chats. And just to pull out some that I think the wider audience would be interested in, like things to do with The Miz and what's next, things to do with the Wyatt Six, is it over? I think they are worth pulling out. And that Wyatt Six one, I think, was really interesting. And as we said, one of the reasons why it's definitely not over is because of Bray and how much love and affection people have for Bray and how much they're always going to want to see this group succeed. I mean, the only time I can see people saying just kill it is if it's bad, actively bad. And it's actually not ruining Bray's legacy, but it's done. Kill it. It's dead. It's over. You're making things worse. I don't think we're anywhere near that. I think there's a bit of disappointment around, but I don't think they've, damaged the reputation or the brand or anything like that. We're a bit frustrated at the booking, but we're a million miles away from shut it down. Million miles away. So yeah, they'll come back. They'll be absolutely fine. We just have to hope the booking will be stronger. Mark said, I'm kind of gutted. I was hoping more for the rat. XX Tree, shout out to you. Tattoo said, who do we think is going to be number 27 in the men's rumble? Why 27? Why 27? That's a very interesting specific number. I know that there's a thought out there that number 17 will be John as a little cheeky nod towards him trying to become number 17. I do think by the time you get into the end of the Rumble, you probably start looking at, your big hitters. 27, I wouldn't be shocked if that was not maybe a... Seth likes to do the Iron Man thing, doesn't he? I think he'll probably be an earlier. There's probably a chance it'll be Punk. There's probably a chance it could be Punk. Roman might come out at 30. Cena, I like the notion that he'll be 17. I like the notion that he'll be 17. I like the idea that they're going to just have that little nod towards the 17th world title. So, yeah, just a guess. I'll just throw it out there, CM Punk, because I don't really have a place for him particularly. Some people think that Seth and Punk might open up the Rumble, but I don't know. Considering that Punk got injured in the Rumble last year, I've got to think that going into this year's Rumble, he's probably going to want to be a little bit safer. If I'm CM Punk, I'm genuinely worried about getting injured again in the Rumble. I'm genuinely, he's just missed out on WrestleMania. He ain't got that many WrestleManias left. I mean, how old is he? 40? How old is he? 42? 3? How old's CM Punk? 46! Jesus. Well, that's older than I thought. CM Punk is 46 years old. So, realistically, how many years has CM Punk got left? 2? 3? Is he going to go till he's 50? I know that R-Truth is still, contributing, but obviously R-Truth doesn't work a full-time schedule. I mean, far from it, right? He does some house shows and he'll do the odd thing, but I don't even know the last time we saw R-Truth is, had a little break and that's fine. But, yeah, I think, realistically, full-time schedule, being on the show, week in, week out, maybe having the odd week off here or there, a couple of years, 3 years for CM Punk. 46. He's 47 this year in October. 47 in October this year. So it's got to be in it. 3 years, something like that. So how many WrestleManias does CM Punk have? So with that being said, you can sort of understand, and we know that CM Punk's body is not that strong. I mean, he did really well to survive that Hell in a Cell match. But CM Punk just gets injured quite easily these days, yeah? So if I'm Punk, I want to get into that Rumble as late as possible. I want to do a few things, and I want to flip and get out there. I want to have an appearance in the Rumble, because Rumbles are fun, but if I'm CM Punk, the biggest thing I want is to main event WrestleMania. That's what I want. I want to main event WrestleMania. That is a big box that I want to tick. I want to say I did it. I want to say I main evented WrestleMania. And I don't know if that's on the table for him this year, but apparently it was on the table for him last year. And it could be on the table for him this year. Certainly if he's going to be in a match with Roman. We could see Roman Punk main event night 1, John Cena Cody main event night 2. If I'm CM Punk, I just want to get in. I have no interest in being the Iron Man. No interest whatsoever. No interest in number 1, 2, 3, 4. Forget that. I'll come in at flipping 30. I'll do what I need to do. If I'm winning it, fine. But just get me out of there. Get me in as late and get me out as quick as you can, because 2025, I'm main eventing WrestleMania, and I am running no injury risks. And you can forget putting me in the Elimination Chamber, you boomer, right? Triple H, you boomer. You need to accept I'm made of glass, and there's a good chance that I'm going to break at any moment. So don't you dare take WrestleMania away from me. So honestly, if I'm CM Punk, that is very much my mindset. Now, I can't speak for him. He might be thinking different, right? His mindset might be, no, put me in. Put me in. I want to be number 1. If that is his mindset, I think someone should have a word, right? Because I've got to think, priorities. The biggest thing is WrestleMania. You missed it last year. You was flipping gutted. You had to sit on commentary. Like, don't jeopardize it this year. Do whatever you need to do to get to WrestleMania in one piece. So with that being said, if they want Roman at 30, then I've got to go CM Punk late in the Rumble. So 27, I'll take that. Tree Tattoo said, another question. Am I the only one that's getting bored of Cody? I don't know. I'm not bored of Cody. I feel sorry for his booking. I don't think, there was plenty of people around that were before WrestleMania that were saying, you don't want to put the belt on Cody. If you do, it's going to be a big mistake. I'm telling you, it's going to be rubbish after, right? Because finishing the story was such a big deal. How do you follow that? How do you follow a story as big as a story that you have been telling your whole life? I mean, he said he was 8 when his dad showed him that picture. And he said, what, you beat Hulk Hogan? And like Dusty had to explain, no, this was before Hulk Hogan. I fought for the WWE Championship. I won the match by countout, so I didn't get the belt, but I did get to hold it, and because I'd won that match. But unfortunately, I had to give it back. And so he said he was told that story when he was 8. So how do you follow up finishing the story when you've been telling a story that long, working towards that goal, right? I mean, that is what that moment was all about at WrestleMania 40. That is why it is so, what a moment, yeah? People said, how would you follow it up? We shouldn't put the belt on him. I absolutely disagreed with them. I still disagree with them. I still believe it was the right thing to do. But 2 things are allowed to be true at the same time. Yeah. 2 things can be true at the same time. So my position on it, we were right to finish the story, because that should not be the only story that Cody has to tell. The idea that Cody has got one story and that story is finishing the story and that's the only thing he will ever do, I think is very short-sighted. I don't understand that mentality. Surely wrestlers should have the ability to tell multiple stories. So the idea that he can only tell this one of trying to finish the story, I don't really get that, right? The other thing as well is, what if he got injured? You never know when a wrestler is going to pick up an injury. Look at Big E. So what if something bad had happened to Cody and then he never got to finish the story? You would look back then and go, we should have done it. We should have done it at WrestleMania 40. So for me, there was a couple of reasons why finishing the story was the right thing to do. I still stand by that. No problem. I'll have that debate with anyone, right? But the other thing that's true is the booking needed to be amazing afterwards. We needed something truly special. We needed something really special. I don't know what it would have been. I don't know if it would have been an NXT invasion. I don't know if it would have been a Randy Orton turn. Probably would have been a bit too soon for that, to be honest. I think when Randy turns, it needs to feel like he could get the belt from Cody. So probably would have been too soon for that. But we did need something truly special. And we didn't get it. What we got was AJ Styles stepping up to Cody. Them having a match which was fantastic. You could make an argument it was the best wrestling match, no stipulations. Best just straight out, one-on-one, no outside interference. Best wrestling match of WWE in 2024. Because obviously the Hell in a Cell was amazing, but that was Hell in a Cell. Obviously the main event of night 2 of WrestleMania was amazing, but that was loads of interference. So Cena, Undertaker. If you just want to look at like, here's 2 people battling to win, bell rings, what was the best match? I think you would probably point to Cody and AJ. And what I would say is that to me is Cody doing as much as he can do. I mean, really, he gets given bad creative. So what can he do? Not much. The only thing he can do is when the bell rings, put on the best match possible. And for me, he did. He did. That match with AJ was brilliant. And his follow-up match with AJ was really good as well. Probably, went a bit long or, people might say, oh, should have done this, should have done that. But it was brilliant. And then as well as that, like his feuds with Kevin Owens has been really interesting as well. He had a match with Logan, which was very throwaway. Like, I was not interested in that match. That is a Saudi Arabia corporate BS, really, we're going to Saudi Arabia. Let's get the big social media star and let's do this big nonsense match. That's what that was. So, yeah, rubbish, but I get it. AJ matches were great. Creative was rubbish. Kevin Owens matches have been really good, and I'm sure the Rumble will as well. But I haven't really given Kevin a chance of winning, and I don't think the creative has been creative enough. So really, I just feel sorry for him. I'm not bored of him. I just want better creative. I just want him to be able to get his teeth into a story that is really captivating. Even this one right now it's Kevin doing the work. What can Cody do? Kevin is the one walking around with the winged eagle. Kevin is the one claiming is the real world champion. Kevin is the one that's interrupting different segments. What's Cody doing that's interesting? Nothing. But what can he do? Just come down and stop Kevin from beating up people. That's it, really. There's got to be something more interesting for him to do. There's got to be something that, as a baby face, like there's something more captivating for him to do, rather than that promo segment was just you've done him dirty, man. Starting off SmackDown with that promo was him being done dirty. He went out there and what could he say? Kevin, I'm going to beat you. You've got no honor. You say one thing, you do another. You're a man of contradictions and blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Boring. Talking. Like, it didn't do anything. It didn't go anywhere. It didn't do anything. There was nothing interesting in it. I think I fell asleep. And then, Kevin comes out and he's standing on the commentary table shouting at Matthew McConaughey, shouting at Joe Tessitore. Like, he is doing something a bit more engaging. He's disrupting the show. He's walking around with a winged eagle, which is a better belt, claiming to be the real world champ. Like, Kevin is getting a benefit out of this. Cody, not so much. But what's he meant to do? This is the creative they've given him. So what's he meant to do? I think the frustration is that everyone points at Cody and goes, yeah, it's been a bit flat. Yeah, I didn't think he'd be a good champion. My counter is he's doing what he's being told to. This is the creative they've got for him. Do you remember the clowns that I made fun of earlier because of how they dealt with the Wyatt Six? These are the same clowns that are booking Cody right now, right? They're the same people. That creative team has got a lot on its plate, has to do a lot of work, has to juggle a lot of different superstars. I think I read, was it Nita Nitro told me, there's like 200 and some odd wrestlers across 8 hours of programming that they have to come up with stories and stuff for every single week. Like, joking aside, that is not easy. Joking aside, I can imagine that being a very difficult job, right? I can imagine that being a job that would be hard work, unforgiving, unthankful. You wouldn't be getting much appreciation, right? You certainly when Vince was around, because your scripts would be getting ripped up. But I could imagine that job being a very, frustrating job. But it still does not excuse the fact that if we see bad creative, or we see things that frustrate us, or your WWE champion is being called boring because you didn't book him better, it doesn't and it can't excuse the fact that you've dropped the ball on that. And it can't excuse the fact that you dropped the ball with the Wyatt Six. The ball can be picked back up, but you still dropped it. And I'm not interested in the excuses. I don't care if they've got to do 8 hours of TV. I don't care if there's loads of superstars they have to overlook. That's the job. That's the job. The job is you've got to juggle all this and you got to make it work. If it's too much for the team, then maybe the team needs to be bigger than it is. Perhaps the team is not big enough to cope. So perhaps there are circumstances, right? But the bottom line is the ball has been dropped, and it has been dropped on a number of things. Equally, you're not always going to get it right? Equally, there's always going to be injuries. There's always going to be contract issues. There's always going to be disruptions, missed flights, illnesses, loads of reasons as to why perfectly laid plans do not go the way they go, right? At the end of the day, we can only judge what we see on TV. And I would say that by and large, the creative is very good, all joking aside. Certainly if you compare it to where we've been, right? So as much as we lay into creative, which is a very easy thing to do, it's low-hanging fruit. I think they do deserve a bit of stick at times. But at times they deserve a pat on the back and they deserve some praise as well. So it's a mixed bag, more good than bad. But when it comes to Cody, I would say he's being let down rather than he's letting people down. That is my honest thoughts when it comes to Cody. I feel sorry for him. Matt Carney, shout out to you, said different ways to view wrestling: soap opera, circus, gladiatorial coliseum, freak show, backstage politics, business, superheroes. Yeah, I mean, there's lots of different ways to look at wrestling. I think you can look at it as being just a form of entertainment. You can take it more serious. I suppose there's a scale, isn't there? How serious do you take it? How realistic do you want it to be? There's lots of parameters, and where you are on those different scales, or where you want to be, or what you will allow, that alters your perspective of professional wrestling. So everyone's going to be slightly different. By and large, I think WWE obviously satisfies the majority. You're never going to satisfy everyone perfectly, because I think they're always trying to position themselves to satisfy the majority. And the truth is, sometimes we're not in the majority. Sometimes my position won't be a position that everybody agrees with. Sometimes I have opinions, probably quite often, where I'm in the minority. And actually, the majority of people feel different. And so WWE position themselves to the majority. They always want to satisfy the largest amount of people. And sometimes for me, I am, just like I'm sure many of you are, on certain subjects, hot take, yeah? Unpopular opinion. These exist because we all have them. And we are in a minority sometimes. So WWE will not satisfy us on certain things, certain aspects, because it's trying to please what it believes is the majority, what it believes is the right thing to do. And, that's kind of where we're out of sync at times. But by and large, I mean, I've lived my life with WWE. Like, every year I've watched this show, of course, and like multiple times, like PLEs and Raws and SmackDowns, and I can't say that I've like cancelled stuff so I can watch Raw. I've never really quite. I mean, now yes, but it's because I do the watch-alongs, but not when I was at work. I always had the ability to just catch up with the show, so I was never quite that extreme. But I mean, it's been such a constant in my life. I can't imagine if you was to take it away, if I was never to have had it, my life would have been completely different if I was never to have had wrestling. And I'm sure that's the same for all of you. So I think when we're criticizing, when we're critiquing, when we're discussing, I think there's a misconception that it can come from a bad place, that it can come from ill will, that it can come from negativity, when in actual fact it can come from a positive place. It can actually come from a place of frustration. It can come from a place of wanting better, like for the rest, like I just said with Cody. I wish Cody had a better run, because I don't think he's getting the credit he deserves for being the top guy now that he is the top guy, because I don't think the stories are captivating enough. And so I wish that was better for him. And so, you know, this is where, like, there's a lot of debate about, you know, how much should you criticize, how much should you just watch and observe, and, you know, how much commentary is needed. And it's an interesting discussion. I mean, obviously, we live in a world where everyone can share their thoughts at every second of every day with social media, and that's clearly not going to go away. Whether it's healthy to do that, to share every thought and, like, you know, discuss every aspect, like whether that's a healthy thing to do, I don't know. I don't know, but I know that's where we are. There's no sign of that changing. And all it's done really is make it even more relatable, because now we're talking about behind the scenes stuff, you know? Now we're talking about ratings, and we're talking about locker room bust-ups, and we're talking about like all this behind the scenes stuff. So for me, it's just made it even more relatable, which is kind of how I viewed it anyway. So yeah, it's very interesting. It's a conversation we could spend even longer on, but let's not. Stuart Little, shout out to you, firing in a membership. Appreciate it, buds. Appreciate it. And Bradley said, who's excited for Saturday night's main event? I am excited.
Y'all thought it was somebody else, didn't you? Live from San Antonio, Texas.
Are you serious? In my head. Look, you're not the one that can do this, all right?
Live from my hometown, Saturday night's main event. 8 p.m. tonight, nationwide, NBCU, Peacock.
Ignore that. That's a new thing that I'm starting
Y'all
to
thought
see.
it was somebody else, didn't you? Live from San Antonio, Texas.
Hold on. Let me turn that off. There we go. Yeah, just ignore that. Doesn't matter. So yeah, there we go. That just a fun little open by Triple H. So very good, very good. Register with me. What's this? The Art of Professional Wrestling. Join WWE's Rob Fee and Andrew Finley for a unique discussion on how wrestling blends storytelling, mythology, and athleticism. What's that? Do you have to go to it? Is it an online forum? Rob Fee's going to do an online forum. Building character, the art. Oh, no, it's actually a place that you have to actually go to. 49 have registered interest in going. Oh, God. I would so have gone to that if I lived in America. When is it? January 31st. Oh, my God. The flip, it's like 6 days away. Where? It's in Indiana. It's in Indiana. Why did I struggle with that? Indy Hartwell. Yeah, Mama, that looks really good. That looks really good. I've put it in unseen. So yeah, Rob Fee doing a little kind of talk in the local area. Right, we've got our first image of Saturday night's main events. There we go. John, shout out to you, buds. So, big stage. Walkway quite tight as well. So, Saturday night's main event. Are we going to get a new world champion tonight? Nope. But, you know, it'll be fun to see. Matthew McConaughey is going to help Cody give a fan his weight belt after SmackDown. Oh, what? He did help Cody. Right. Very good. Jay Omega said the stage looks amazing. I like the old school logo. It's a shame that they can't put the F on because of, you know, the thing, but because it's sort of, every time I look at it, I'm like, oh my God, the memories, I flipping love it. But then, you know, we got the F out, didn't we? And I'd love for the F to just come back once in a while. I'd like the F to come home just once in a while. So this is Z. Nobody here knows I'm AJ punked, said Z. So there we go. They are at the show. Lovely. Right. Michael says, here we go. Let's get Michael's thoughts read out, shall we? See what Michael's got to say.
Michael Williams, $9.99. The Wyatt debut was so epic and gave you everyone the thought of major storylines. They probably should have gone from social to small stalkerish appearances to the Gorilla debut.
Yeah. There's actually like rebooking that might be a fun video. That's the kind of thing I think Adam Blom PA would have done. How to book and whatever. He used to do those fantasy booking things. I could see him doing like a video on the Wyatt Six after that massacre, and I don't think his video, if he'd have done it, would have gone the way that it actually played. Had we have done it, it would not have gone the way it would have actually played. To be honest, the way Creative did it, it might not have gone the way it actually played. We don't know the trials and tribulations, the backstage dramas, the issues, the changes, we just don't know. Bottom line is, I think we can agree that it has not been perfect. I think we can agree there's been some good moments. I think we can agree that we've not seen them enough, right? I feel like a lot of that, the majority would agree with, right? But moving forward, looking to the future, I think there are reasons to be optimistic, and I'm just choosing to give them that patience that they've requested, and I'm choosing to stay optimistic with it, not lose faith in it, because I genuinely haven't. I mean, I genuinely don't think like it's done, shut it down. I'm nowhere near that, nowhere near. And I don't think the fans are, even those that have said they are, I don't think they really are. I think that it's just a case that, frustration speaking, anger speaking. I think it'll be fine once they're back up, running. Hopefully Alexa comes in. When we're at that point, I don't know. Do I think it's tonight? No. I'm not expecting them tonight. If they're not on the show tonight, it's no problem. It's no drama. There's no issue. I won't be sat here like pulling my hair out, like, oh my God, they've done it again. If they are brilliant, great. That's great. I mean, we're up and running. We've got something to get excited about. But yeah, I'm just chilled. I'm chilled with it. I'm chilled. I'm just gonna wait and see. I think they'll get involved in something relatively soon. Probably The Miz. It doesn't have to be The Miz. It could be that The Miz ends up, getting into some other feuds, because we don't know when they're coming back. If this Alexa thing drags on and that really is important for the Wyatt Six group, it might be we have to move Miz onto a different feud first. So it might not even be The Miz. So this is why it's all sand upon sand upon sand, theory upon theory upon theory. There's just nothing concrete there for us to really build upon, so just got to wait and see. I know it's frustrating. I feel your frustration. Right. Are you watching on YouTube? I am watching on YouTube. I don't think there's a pre-show. Metal Mama said it is online. He posted about it. You just select the online option and then you get to watch online. Well, I'm interested again. I am interested again. In person, online. How much is it? How much is it? Yeah, man, I would be very interested in that. The event is open to the public. It offers a unique opportunity to dive into the artistry behind wrestling's compelling performances. Don't miss this powerful conversation where character building takes center stage. Do you know, I mean, that is so interesting because we talk so much about booking and about what we think is good and bad and the frustrations and, you know, benefit of the doubt and all this sort of stuff. So to actually hear from the guy that is the head of WWE's character development, I think that, wow, fascinating. What a mind he must have. What knowledge he must have. With, you know, Nightbird was incredible. White Rabbit as well, so. Narrative building and cultural reflection. The role of rhetoric, fashion, and body image. Gender in competition and storytelling. These are some of the things. These are some of the topics they're going to discuss. Yeah, I am so down for that. I don't know how much it is. It doesn't massively matter. It says it's free. Jeez. Here, look. Indiana University. Building character with Rob Fee. Join event. Attendees. At the moment, 49. You can change it to online. Metal Mama was correct. And please provide any comments for the event organizer. If you require any accommodations to participate, no. Register. I wonder if you could put a question in there. Is it possible to ask Rob Fee the following? What the flip's going on with the Wyatt Six, you boomer? What have you... Justice for the Wyatt Six! Yeet. Rest in peace. Hulkamania is running wild. Woo! Oh, yeah. Dig it. Please read all of that out to him. Thank you. So, yeah, that Metal Mama, well done. Well done, you. I knew you being in this community would one day pay off. I was waiting for it, but I had such confidence that one day it was going to come good. It's like when you plant some seeds in Animal Crossing, and you're like, this is going to be worth it one day. And you know what? It really was. Connor, shout out to you, buds. Hannah said, Daze, last night was your best stream. It was. It helps make life less stressful. DJ Khaled would have been proud after yesterday. Another one. Hannah, thank you. James said, Daze, I believe the women of wrestling are doing a match where the loser has got to eat dog food. Really? How do we feel about that? My honest reaction is I'm actually not too against it because it's disgusting, but that is the sort of thing that you would want to do. If it was like someone you hated and you wanted to embarrass them and you was really confident that you were going to win, you'd be like, let's raise... I could see that being a conversation where it's like, I want to embarrass... Like, we've done head shaving, you know? Loser gets their head shaved, and that historically in WWE is how we've embarrassed the person that we've beaten. But we don't really do too much of that so much anymore. That sort of stipulation of like trying to embarrass the other person. That was quite a Vince thing, actually. Vince seemed to get off on that, which, well, didn't he just, eh? According to those allegations. Yeah, we might know now that actually it was something he was into. So I sort of look at that as being in the realms of head shaving to embarrass your opponent. Is eating dog food too far if both parties agree to it? If no, when do you go too far if both parties agree to it? That's an interesting conversation, isn't it? That's an interesting conversation. When would embarrassing your opponent go too far? And is the loser eating dog food, has that gone too far? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. What I do know is I don't have a visceral, passionate reaction to it. I'm not aghast. I'm not, like, horrified. I'm sort of like, I hope it's the right feud, though. Do you know what I mean? It would need to be two women or two guys that really hate each other. It's been a feud that's, something like Rhea and Liv absolutely hate each other, and they're constantly trying to belittle each other, and they're going at each other online, and Liv has took Dominic's man away. And do you know what I mean? Imagine if Rhea beat Liv and Liv had to eat dog food as a result in a WWE ring. That would definitely be a talking point and would divide opinion. Would it have gone too far? Would that be too far? You could imagine her like going like, I can't do it, and then going back and like the crowd. That is really interesting, That is really interesting. I mean, it wouldn't actually have to be dog food, This is the wrestling world. We can make it something else, but just say it's dog food, doesn't it? We don't have to make Liv eat dog food, but the character would be eating dog food. That's interesting. That is interesting. Emmanuel said, Daze, just curious, are we going to get heel Daze back tonight for the stream? I don't know what you're on about. I've never been heel. I really enjoy heel Daze, or are we going to get face Daze? You're just going to get Daze. I'm just a beautiful mixture of both sides of light and darkness. So you're just going to get me. You're just going to get the real me, and I just hope that's going to be enough for people. Yeah. Love you all. Love you all, guys. PS3 said, I feel that the loss to Cody has really stunted Gunther's reign. I don't like that champion versus champion as it comes off weak. I don't think Jey is the guy. I would like Drew to be champion going into WrestleMania, said PS3. PS3, shout out to you. Opulus Travel said, I hope they can make a brand new Bloodline story, but this time 3 different sets of Bloodline groups, or build a big one and disrupt the locker room bigger than ever, like Bullet Club in New Japan. John said, I just watched Iron Claw about the Von Erichs. I didn't know that Kerry was in the WWF with a prosthetic leg below the knee. Kind of amazed he could do that. What a shame. Was it below the knee prosthetic leg, or was it a prosthetic foot? I actually don't know how much of I know it was a prosthetic, but I actually don't know how big that prosthetic was. Kerry Von Erich. Let's have a look on Wikipedia. See what Wikipedia says, because this is my problem with. Iron Claw. Is it's not a documentary, so I don't know what I can believe. Just says that he joined, but it doesn't say anything about the prosthetic. Doctors were unable to save his right foot, eventually amputating it. It was on. It was booked. Music carry tournament crutches. Fiends don't pain. Foot under pain. Not pain. Led to the amputation of his foot. Some fellow wrestlers even going to the extreme of showering with his boots on. His amputation was kept secret until after his death. After the amputation of his foot, painkillers followed drug problems. Okay. Well, I don't know is the answer. I mean, whether it was a prosthetic that was under the knee or whether it was a prosthetic that was kind of from the ankle or something along those lines, I genuinely don't know. I know he did have a prosthetic, but how big that prosthetic was, I don't know. And I'm a little like that when it comes to trusting Iron Claw. It's why I've not watched it. Heels are the winners on this channel, said Lord Sheograth. Who would win, Rhea Ripley or Nia? Depends on the context, doesn't it? Sometimes you can make an argument for either. It just depends on the situation. But Jay having the yeet behind him doesn't mean that he's championship worthy, said Jordan. Nita Nitro said, I think it was from the ankle. Jim says, I think it was his foot. Yeah, it's the foot that was amputated. Could it be that the prosthetic goes up over the top, though? I don't know. I don't know. That is, I don't have an answer to that. JDS said Daze turned heel yesterday. He is secretly heel right now. I'm actually heel 24/7. I do put on a babyface facade. I think people know that, though. I think people are aware of that, and I think they respect that as well. The Beach Kevin said, when is an Iron Claw watch along stream? I don't have any plans to watch it for that reason. I've never watched it, and I'm not interested in watching it because I've heard it's brilliant. But I also know that there's a lot of bits in there that are not 100% accurate. So I don't want to run the risk of looking at it and taking what's in that film as being, 100% accurate. So I've not watched it. My cousin, who does not care about wrestling, watched it and he loved it. He said it's one of the best films he's ever seen. He puts it up there with his favorite films, and he does not care at all about wrestling. Does not care at all. He'll talk to me about it, like, because I'm into it, but he won't go out of his way to watch it, or doesn't know anything about it. He's never watched it himself. But he watched Iron Claw because he said he actually thought it was a boxing movie. He put it on and he thought it was boxing, but he got hooked into it. He really enjoyed it, and then before he knew it, he was absolutely hooked and absolutely loved it. So the movie, if you've not seen it, is meant to be absolutely brilliant, But just from a point of view of not wanting to talk about things that I don't know are correct. I mean, I don't know about a lot of the stuff we talk about, but, I don't want to run that risk of saying something and it, people going, well, actually, I think you'll find. So, that's why I've stayed away from it. But it's nothing to do with the film quality. It's meant to be excellent. Death Metal Lad said, Iron Claw is not good for wrestling fans because it's not about wrestling, says Death Metal Lads. LD Root said, if Bloodline members get involved, could that be a way to start Wyatt 6? Yes. Everyone is clamoring for Tongaloa to come back. Cena is the best documentary. 100%. 100%. Completely agree. Cena is the best documentary. Right, what's this from Kevin? Kevin said, I'm ready for the big contract signing tonight on Saturday night's main event. I don't know why he's hashtagged it all. Even made sure to bring my glasses so that I can look over the contract properly before putting pen to paper. I think we knew that he was going to turn up the Saturday night's main events. Shawn Michaels, kind of anti-Texas, anti-Shawn. We all know about Montreal Screwjob, Shawn and Brett. So he's been wearing a lot of Brett stuff anyway. So yeah, him wearing those glasses. Probably not the biggest surprise in the world, but very, very fun. I'm totally expecting him to come out in a lot of Brett attire. I was actually wondering if there was anything else. I was wondering if there was anything that else that he could wear. I wonder if he was to wear like Hulk Hogan stuff. But I that's just not a good heat, is it? It's not a good heat. Plus also, I don't know what reaction Hogan would get in Texas because it is a red state. So I'm not sure. I don't know. But for Shawn, when you think Shawn, you think Brett. So, yeah, looks like he'll be sporting the glasses and everything. Stephen, hello, bud, said Daze, hope you're doing well. Ipswich season seems to have gone downhill, but we are still in the mix. I can see Shawn slapping Kevin tonight with a huge contract signing. Love to your family. Stephen, shout out to you, buds. Yeah, I do wonder what they're going to have Shawn do. I'm very interested to find out. I think Shawn is going to get frustrated. I don't think Shawn should get frustrated with the Brett stuff. I think he should comment on it like, cute. You do realise we've made up, yeah? Something like that, you know? I think that would be good. Do you remember when CM Punk wore a Bret Hart top and went on NXT? That was kind of fun. That was kind of fun. So he wore a Bret Hart top. He went on to NXT, CM Punk did. And Shawn was like, nice top, kind of like that. And they joked about it. So I don't think this is something that's going to like wind Shawn up. It's not going to make him angry. I think he should comment on it like, I like your shirt, something like that. Or you do realise we're friends now. Or something along those lines. It'll be interesting to see how Shawn reacts, actually. It'll be interesting to see how he reacts. Right. Rhea will retain, said Martin. Jey won't beat Gunther because Jey is in the Rumble. Don't worry, Jota is on the wing. Oh, Liverpool. Wrestling's biggest fan said Stone Cold's been working out in a gym. It would be cool to hear that. Well, he's had his knee replaced, doesn't he? So, Joker, shout out to you, buds. Who do we think is going to the Super Bowl? Kansas City Chiefs or Buffalo Bills? Who do we think will win out of the Commanders and the Eagles? Well, I'd never heard of the Commanders. So I'm going to go Eagles because I think the Commanders are a made-up team. And it's hard to not say the Chiefs because we all know I'm a massive American football fan. We all know that they've won the past couple of Super Bowls. They're actually trying to three-peat. They're actually trying to achieve what the Patriots have achieved by really staking their claim on a period of time, you know, really being like the franchise. That's what the Chiefs are trying to do at the moment. And, you know, Patrick Mahomes, what a player. I think in order for them to get past the Chiefs, they're going to have to really keep him quiet. That's easier said than done. It's clearly advantage Chiefs. But you know what? Sport throws up surprises. And I do think there is a path to victory for the Bills. Chiefs would be the pick. You'd have to be pretty crazy to go against them. But have the Bills got a chance? Yes. If you keep Mahomes quiet. So I'm going to say that the Bills get it done. They get to the Super Bowl final. We all know the Commanders aren't a real team, right? So it's going to be the Eagles, and it's going to be Eagles-Bills. And we are going to be spared another Taylor Swift Super Bowl. Yeah? We're not going to have to put up with that again. So, that is something to look forward to. I don't know how fans feel about her, actually. Football fans. I'd imagine that if I watched football, she'd have done my head in. Because she's flipping... On the Super Bowl I watched, she was shown more than the game. So I could totally understand fans being like, oh my God, I'm so done with this. Right, kids. We're not here to talk about Taylor Swift. That's what we do on Fridays. Not on Saturdays. We're here for Saturday night's main event. Let's go. Right, I've got it queued up. I'm ready. I hope you're ready to rumble. Patrick isn't the biggest threat the Bills need to worry about. The biggest threat for the Bills are the refs, says Duran. Preach. Preach. Yeah, I hear that. I flipping hear that. Good point. That's what me and the lads were saying down the sports bar yesterday. Good point. Right, we are still waiting for this to get going. Are they late? Not yet. Not yet. No DQ said, I love the background beat for the coverage. Will begin shortly screen. Weirdo. Right, James. AEW is amazing, said Opulus Travels. It's Tony Khan that's the issue. Heel Daze going with the Bills, said Chris. I just tell it as it is, Buzz. I just tell it as it is. Hate the game, not the player. Bum bum. Rick Rude used to do the same thing. He'd put opponent's face on his trunks when fighting. Remember when he put Jake's wife on the trunks? Yes. Iconic. Diddle. Right, it is starting. It is starting. Jessica said, I don't understand why Charlotte Flair got surgery on her face. Did she? Did she? I don't know that she did, but yeah. I know women. I'm not sure she did. Right, we got the fans outside. This kid there yeeting. Saturday night's main event gets its encore presentation. Let's go. Let's go. I don't even know what we're starting with. I haven't heard any rumors. There's Cody with a smile on his face. A ladder match awaits. He's obviously got his contract signing tonight. There is Kevin. What's Kevin upset about? He's always upset, isn't he? There's Shawn Michaels. Big cheer for Shawn Michaels. I wonder how many times he's been in that building. I'm guessing it's probably a building that's been there a long time. Could be a new build. Don't know. There is Rhea. There is Nia. Casual Nia. Oh my God, we need a Mattel figure. We need a Mattel figure of casual Nia. Just drinking a coffee. There's Jey. There's Jey. He looks up at the poster. Yeah, gives a little nut. He likes it. Yeets. Looks at the poster. Jey on the poster. There is Gunther. Boos for Gunther. Someone's guitar was in a case on the wall. My God, look at this vehicle. Who is it? $1 Million Man! $1 Million Man! Oh my God. Everyone's got a price for the $1 Million Man. Oh, that suit ain't fitting as sharply as it once was. Hogan in the background. Ted DiBiase, the $1 Million Man. Getting out of a Cadillac. The $1 Million Man. That is the best laugh ever in wrestling, said JMB. That was nice. But Days, we're all listening to the Spanish here. You're listening to Spanish? Do I have Spanish in the background? Anyone else? They have Spanish table talking. Oh, right. No, we don't have that. I haven't heard that. God, no, it's brilliant over here. We're having a party. Yeah. Did you get the $1 Million Man? We had the $1 Million Man, you know. Did you have the Euro Dollar Man or something? Did you have the Spanish equivalent? The Euro Dollar Man? Hang on, that doesn't even make sense. €1 Man, wouldn't it? What am I even on about? Oh my God. Forget that. Forget that. Scrap that. We'll never talk of that moment again. Right, here we go. We have got some pyro. Joe Tessitore. Well, Jesse, the Body, Ventura is back. There he is. There's Jesse. I sent some Minnesota weather. He's going off, man, about the weather. Yeah. Oh, my God. It's so great to have a boomer opening up the show, kicking off about the weather. Yes. Okay, so he's looking forward to the Intercontinental Championship. That music in the background, man. NBC have got Spanish and English. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. Dun, 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 dun. If you're in the US and the show is free on NBC, outside the US, it's free on YouTube. It is. Oh, Naya's coming down, kids. Naya is coming down. Right. Finally, we get to turn our attention to the show. Most girls. Nia Jax versus Rhea Ripley. Here's Nia. I do love how close this barricade is, as Nia is making her way down to the ring. Right. I had to mute it, said Andrew. Yeah, I might have to do that with commentary as well. Just watched on Peacock, says Mayor Pete. Okay, Nia is in the ring. Here's Rhea's music hits. Yeah, people are complaining. A lot of complaints about the language situation. I'm not seeing so much being reported, though, on online, or certainly in the list I've got up. Am I the only one that is sick of Fluffy? Let's have Jacob Fatu put him out his misery, said David. Sir Scotty said, I'm watching on YouTube and there's no Spanish commentary. No. Here is Rhea making her way down. Mommy forever sign. Smile on her face as she's making her way down to the ring. This is a very focused Rhea Ripley. Ajax, shout out to you, buds. Hello, do you know, Anna, I was only thinking of you last night, right? That sounds weird, doesn't it? But I was thinking about the Hall of Fame. And I was like, do you know, I've not seen Anna in a while. I mean, you can come and go as you please, you know that. Life. But I did think, I haven't seen Anna in a while. Evening Daze, long time no see. Hope you're well. And you, buds. Yeah, and you. I hope life's treating you well. I hope you're excited for Saturday night's main event. Should be fun. We're not expecting anything bonkers, but it should be a fun show. Don't expect the title to change hands here. And actually, we can even do a poll on it. We'll see what the percentage is. Who will win? Will it be Rhea or will it be Nia? What is the percentage going to be? Look at that. Saturday night's main event. Just like Madison Square Garden. I actually don't know why they've got the two. That is so much fun. Just like I'm sure there was other arenas that used to do that. But I only know of Madison Square Garden where they used to bring it down and then take it back up. Quick, get it up, get it up, get it up. If I had the rope right now. Nia attacks Rhea. Get it up. Boom. We are underway. Dropkick there by Rhea. Women's World Championship match has begun. Women's World Championship match underway. Oof, Nia is planted. She rolls out the ring. Rhea going to the outsides. Charges over. Comes crashing down on top of Nia. Rhea grabbing Nia, chucking her back into the ring. Rhea getting in. Going over. Boom. And again. Boom. No joy. Oh, missed. Headbutt. Rhea goes down. Headbutt there by Nia. And Nia collides into Rhea. I mean, look, I'm expecting Rhea to win. I think we're all expecting Rhea to win, but this could still be fun. This could still be very entertaining. Forearm shot coming in. Let's go, mommy, is the chant. Rhea is on the shoulders. Oh! Planted! 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. So, Samoan drop from the top. And we are going to commercial break. And we've just got a graphic, so... There we go. Not a bad little open. Pretty fun, to be honest. And we do have a picture of the Madison Square Garden one. So, yeah, that from WrestleMania. And the way they've got it as well. I mean, the colours are different, but... so good. So I'm going to add that to unseen. You get to go in unseen. I did already have one in unseen, which I need to take out now, which was that one. But yeah, really good. Right. Super Samoan drop, said Erase Your Mind. Macho Man in the first row with, will he leave with Rhea or Nia? Oh man, the poll is mental. The poll is so mental. I've never seen a poll with a result quite like that. Finley said Euro Dollar Man, boomer. Finley, I said let it go, didn't I? Hey. If I get the voice to read it, will he read? I don't think he reads emojis. Or she.
Finley Robson, member, £1.99, Euro Dollar Man.
Oh, I didn't even read boomer at the end. Just read that first bit and then gave up. So, Finley, shout out to you, my friends, even though you just threw shade at me and it made me cry inside. Good match so far, said Suzanne. It's on Peacock. Yeah, we do have a link at the top for those that are looking for the link at the top. Looking for it on YouTube. Saturday night's main events. We are up and running. Mayor Pete said, I agree for people complaining about ads. I don't mind a little ad break. It allows me to catch my breath. It allows me to just reset. So for me, it works. But, yeah, we are up and running. Right. I appreciate Nia, but I don't see her as champ again for a while, said Jessica. Connor, hello. Shout out to you, buds. We've got AB Jobson saying US YouTube if you have a VPN. So weird it's on YouTube TV in Spanish and on Peacock it's English, says Dexter. Final Boomer said, my husband said, why does that Nia woman look like a Samoan Violet? Who? Oh, from Willy Wonka. Is that her surname? How the hell would you remember Violet's surname from Willy Wonka? I snorted Pepsi out of my nose, says Final Boomer. How would you remember Violet's surname from Willy Wonka? I would never remember that. You must be like a Willy Wonka super fan. Clothesline by Rhea. Duck underneath. Chop coming in by Rhea. Look at Daph's hair. She seems to have like extensions in. That hair's longer than it normally is. She's got her up, going over. Boom! Yes! Code red! Code red by Rhea. Lovely. Code red on Nia. Look at that! Oh, mates! Code red. Such a great move. Never puts anyone away. Such a good move, and everyone kicks out of it. She's going for a riptide. No joy. Boom! Samoan drop. Samoan drop. She's dragging Rhea over. She's not going for the Annihilator because she's not in the right position for it. She's going to go for a splash. She goes up. Leg drop. Leg drop. Going for the cover. Rhea gets the shoulder up. Gets her shoulder up. Smile on the face of Nia. You can see that Rhea is going through it at the moment. She is down and struggling. Oh, yeah, I just saw that, Macho Man. And green shirt guy is in the front row. He's not the true leader of the WWE Universe. That is Trinidad Flag guy. Shot there by Rhea. She's going to go for a power bomb. She's getting Nia into the middle. Power bomb. Going for the cover. What's she doing? Cloverleaf. She's trying the cloverleaf on. No, I have never seen that. I have never seen it, and she can't do it. She's trying to do it, but she can't do it. She was trying for the cloverleaf. What a silly boomer. What a silly boomer. She had all the momentum, and it's gone. Oh, Uranagi by Nia. Nia with a Uranagi planting Rhea. Rhea down. Nia kick to the back. Dragging her over to the corner. Nia is climbing up. She's going to look to come crashing down. No joy. Nia to the outsides. Shot there by Rhea. As Nia goes to the outsides. Right now we've got Rhea up top. And she crossbodies, comes down onto Nia on the outsides. But Nia ain't going to win the title for a long time, said Matthew. It was like a reverse cloverleaf. She didn't quite get it. They're coming with some big bumps in this match, said Charles. Looking for a riptide. She's going for it. No, oh my God. She ended up splashing Rhea. Rhea down. Nia screams out. Right now we've got Nia going up. Oh, the Annihilator! The Annihilator, she hits it! Oh my God! Rhea is trying to hold on. She's going to go up. She's not in position for it. Nia with one Annihilator already. Oh, but look, Rhea gets up. Rhea gets up. She's got her in an electric chair. An electric chair. Electric chair. Gets it. Gets it. Nia down. Nia down, but Rhea cannot capitalize. Yeah, she's struggling. I mean, she did just get annihilated, in all fairness. Nia down. Rhea down. Look at the determination in Rhea's face as she's trying to get back up. Ah, Nia into the corner. Big kick. Normally leads to a riptide. Normally leads to a riptide. Here we go. Connects. Rhea Ripley. 1, 2, 3. She gets it. She gets it. Rhea Ripley wins. Yeah, you know the sequence of moves and what leads from one to another. It normally leads to that riptide. She hits the riptides. And the champ retains. The champ retains. Rhea Ripley. Rhea bloody Ripley. Gets the job done. Rhea Ripley will sit back and now await the winner of the Rumble match. Right, they should not have Rhea lifting the title that many times. Many legends here tonight, apparently. Alundra Blaze is there! No! Yes! The Queen! Alundra Blaze! Yes! Mark Henry in the house! I think Mark Henry's in the house. Yeah! He was there last night having an affair with Michelle McCool. Do you remember that? He's moved on. He's moved on. Yeah, I love seeing Alundra Blaze. Mark Henry goes over and touches a bit of skin with Michael Cole. Okay, looks like we're moving on to the Intercontinental Championship match now. Bell has sounded and Sheamus is making his way down. Let's get the poll up, shall we? So, what did people think match score-wise? Match score? Did you think that was all time? Did you think it was great? Did you think it was good, okay? Did you think it was bad? What did you think? Come on, Sheamus said my phenomenal figures. I didn't have Alundra Blaze on my TV. I had Medusa. I so love Alundra Blaze. I really do credit her for so much of my love of women's wrestling. Maybe even my love of women. Perhaps that's all down to Alundra Blaze. Yeah, I grew up watching her in like the early mid-90s, and she was just one of the best things on the show. This is why I won't have anything said against women's wrestling. We want Roman, said Amethyst Pieces. Is the boring match over yet? It was all right, actually. I didn't feel like it outstayed its welcome. But then saying that, we have only got 2 hours to play with. We do have to get through 4 matches and a big Cody Rhodes segment. Christopher said, WWE need to take the WWE Men's IC title to another level, said Christopher. YouTube ads now like I'm on TV. I credit Luna Vachon, said Made by Dawn. She was really good. Yeah, she was great. She was great. She really stood out, didn't she? She was really intimidating. So I've got so much love for Alondra, Bull Nakano, even a bit of love for Bertha Faye, to be honest, even though she wasn't around that long. We were so close to getting Aja Kong and Alondra Blaze, but they disbanded the division. So there wasn't really that many women around at that time. They just kept bringing women in to fight with Alondra. But yeah, Luna Vachon, she was around at that time, and there was a little bit of a story there. I think, was it her and Sensational Sherry for a little bit? Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Around WrestleMania 9. Alondra on Wrestling Challenge shows and Superstars back in 94, says Matthew. I'm going to change my VPN to the UK to see if that will help with the audio issues. What is this little clip? Oh, yeah. She did a dirty there. Oh, guys. Pervs. Look at this that Fade found. Whoop. Why did she have to do that? Why did she feel a need to do... Why did she feel like that was appropriate? In that moment there... She had the whole world in her hands. 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 Come on, kids, join in. She had the whole world in her hands. So there we go. That was a cheeky little moment that went down in that first match. A win for Rhea Ripley. Rhea blummin' Ripley. Metal Mama, have you got a picture of Alondra Blaze? I haven't got one. Metal Mama, where's the pictures? I've got Mark Henry ones, but I don't have an Alondra Blaze one. Daze, don't say you wouldn't grab that cake. If you looked at... I wouldn't. Dare you? Dare you? I am a professional. If I was in that position, I would reverse out of it into a dragon sleeper. That's what I wouldn't be grabbing her ass. Yeah? Oh, you've shown your true colours. Rob M. Yeah? The M probably stands for perv. David said, Aja Kong Backfist would have sent all the WWF male roster to hospital. Made by Dawn said, you know you would touch it if you could. Dawn, you've got... Why has everyone got the wrong impression of me? Oh my god, guys. I'm a wrestling purist. I'm Luthez. I'm Ed Strangler Lewis. Yeah. Oh my god. Who's here? Jesse the Body Ventura is in the house. So Jesse is coming over to commentary. Daze helps with the ad break, said Samir. Look, Fluffy's there again. Yeah! Fluffy. I have never seen a single thing he's ever done apart from his appearances in WWE. But then saying that, that's true of most people that come into WWE. I'd never heard and still haven't heard a flipping Bad Bunny song track. Okay, Sheamus is in the ring. We're waiting. for Bron Breakker to make his way down. When are they going to start calling me governor? Smurfy Tunes has sent me an image of Alondra Blaze. Thank you. Glad someone did. Thanks. Okay, right, let's get this score off, and then we'll ask the question as to who's going to win. This is quite close. This one could go either way. Ooh, great rating. Great rating. Wow, we've already seen a match that was better than anything that was on SmackDown. Braun versus Sheamus. Wow, look at that cheeky little great rating that just came through. Who wins? Braun or Sheamus? Solid muscle. He's got the credentials. He's a Steiner. we had some Steiner maths. Some Steiner maths by Jesse the Body. I was there when Sheamus won that Battle Royal. Okay, we are underway then with match number 2. We need to change this over, don't we? So, Braun versus Sheamus, our second match of the evening. I see nothing in Bron, said David. I feel like Bron hasn't done anything with this title reign. Type 1 in the chat if you've got Sheamus, said Mitchell. James said, did you hear about several WWE superstars getting new trons and themes, but it doesn't know if they're Def Rebel? Oh my God, they better not be Def Rebel. I'm just starting to enjoy wrestling again. It better not be. Honestly, James, it better not be. If you've done that. If you've somehow managed to get these wrestlers to have new Def Rebel themes, that's a disgrace. You should be ashamed. Sheamus slammed down there by Bron Breakker. Right now, Bron has got Sheamus over against the ropes, over the other side. Clothesline. Oh, look at the speeds! Collides into Sheamus. Sheamus goes to the outsides. Right now, we've got Braun on the outside of the ring, looking to circle round. He runs round, and he gets caught by Sheamus. Oh, man, I thought, is he going to slam him into the belt? Oh, into the timekeeper's area! Oh, my God. I thought he was going to slam him onto that belt for a second, you know. Onto that plinth. But he didn't. Instead, he just hurled him into the timekeeper's area. Bron Breakker picked up, being thrown back into the ring. And he's going up top right now. He comes down, lands on Bron. Bron goes down, going for the cover, shoulder up. Let's go down. Bron Breakker spends his time looking in the mirror, flexing, saying to himself, where's my dogs at? I think we all do that, buds. I think we all do that. Oh, spear by Bron. Bron Breakker with a spear as we're just about to go to commercial break. That is sick, innit? That is sick. He got some great height with that as well. That was really impressive. Bron Breakker really launching himself quite high there, actually, for a spear. Really getting some air on that one. If I was booking, I would keep the title until Elia returns and have Elia take it from Bron. Bron was the one to take him out in kayfabe, so it makes sense, says Brony. Bron is wearing Nia's Ken wear. Oh, I suppose he is in a way. Very nice. Yeah, man, that spear, that was flipping awesome. People are already saying that this is crazy. I wonder if we would get away with looking at that on that spear on Unseen. I just don't know. I do love Jess's Steinermath comment. That was very good. Daze, do we think they're saving Sheamus to get his big moment? I think so, but yes. I'm not anticipating that we actually get a new champion here, because I think this show's maybe not quite big enough for that moment. Maybe not quite big enough for that moment. I had a rumble in my school, said Jolene. Days, I've got them to have Def Rebel just to pee you off. That does sound like a very James Chadwick move, to be honest, and I respect it. I've been looking forward to this, said Darkest Gooner. What a spear, said it's Kaz. Mr. B said the future match that I really want is Bron Breakker against Jacob. What a thing of beauty that spear was. They literally are trying to kill each other, said Shaquem. Hasib said, do we think there is saving Sheamus? Yes, we answered that. That was dope. Yeah, people really impressed with that spear so far. Don't forget to keep your votes coming in. It's actually quite close, you know. It's actually quite close when it comes to who is going to win this match. It's currently 59% to 41%. So it's actually quite close. I can tell you that our first match got a score of great 54%. Great 54%. Happy birthday, Zoe Starks, said Sissel. Daze, Gunther and Cody are both having underwhelming title runs. Braun as IC champ is barely featured. Shinsuke is on the show every couple of weeks. The booking is strange. Parkview House said, what are the thoughts on Charlotte winning the Women's Rumble? I think it could happen. I think they do want to do Charlotte Tiffany. I think Tiffany wins, though. But, you know, people will be down on Charlotte winning the Rumble because people are down on Charlotte. So, and I get that. I really do. I understand. But she is legit. She is credible. She is a challenge. She is someone that is going to be a measuring stick. You know, if we need Tiffany to have those matches, she needs to be beaten. There's no point her beating Michin and people of that, you know, Candice. If her title reign is to mean anything, she's got to beat the Beckys, the Baileys, the Charlottes, the Asukas. She's got to beat those names. So if Charlotte wins the Rumble and goes to WrestleMania, I won't be down on it. I will expect Tiffany to win. But, yeah, I can already hear a load of people, no, why is it got to be Charlotte? And all this sort of stuff, you know. But as we said, like, if you want her title reign to mean anything, it's for Tiffany's benefit that she beats a Charlotte-type character. They're just showing a replay of that spear, which was absolutely flipping sick and blew everyone's mind. JBL just showed up at AML Wrestling. Never even heard of AML Wrestling, but he showed up there. Okay, right now we got Sheamus on his knees. And Braun is throwing down some shots to Sheamus. Sheamus. Again, some beautiful work. Ah, big knee. So Jesse is just questioning the count there. He's saying the ref might have gone a little bit high on that count. Which obviously the higher you go, the longer it takes to count it. Big clubbing blows coming in there by Sheamus. Again, raining it down. So down at the moment is grabbing Bron. What's he going for now? He's got like a razor's edge. The Celtic cross. The Celtic cross. 1, 2. So, Celtic cross and just a 2 count there for Sheamus. Right now we've got Braun still down. Daze, does the Wyatt 7 return tonight? I'm not expecting it. I'm not expecting the Wyatts. Over in the corner goes Sheamus. He gets picked up. Ooh, slams him down there by Braun and shoulder up by Sheamus. Shoulder up by Sheamus. We're battling on. I might step out. The ignorance of some people, says Kelly. Oh, what's happening in the chat? Is it getting a bit spicy? Right now we've got Sheamus going up. Bron charging over, up top. Trying to... Oh, lovely! Managed to hit the Frankensteiner off the top. He's got Sheamus in the corner. He's going to look to put him away. Ah, broke! Broke! Sheamus with a broke! Oh, my God. He's going to get the foot on the rope because he's so close to it. Yeah. Foot on the rope. As soon as you saw how close that was, it was super obvious where they were going with it. Yeah, so Jesse is claiming that he managed to get that 3 counts before, but nah. Jesse always thinks the refs have got a conspiracy going on. Sheamus is back in the corner. I think that was his moment. Sheamus. Oh, there's a spear. Oh, big kick against the ropes. Duck underneath. Braun. Oh, my God. Just speared him with his head. And that's it. Oh, I tell you what, it was a big, big effort there by Sheamus. He managed to hit that brogue. He had Bron breaker down. Bron getting his foot on the rope, but... Oh, my God. That spear that he finishes him with, I'm not sure that quite went to plan. He's holding his jaw. That was probably quite a nasty collision, to be honest. I'm not sure if we're going to get a replay of it, but listen, Bron retains. That's all he's going to care about. Jesse is not letting it go. Yeah. Daze. That went hard. That finish was terrible. Mark my words, Sheamus will get it at Mania. Surely Sheamus does it at Mania now. Sheamus has banger after banger after banger. Sheamus will win it at Mania, people are saying. Is the contract signing next? Yes, it is. Here comes Shawn. Here comes Shawn. Shawn Michaels making his way out, and I can't wait to see his reaction and how he reacts to what Kevin is going to be wearing. We know that Kevin is going to be wearing some Bret Hart stuff, you know. Contract time. Great pop, said Anna. Okay, let's get this poll up, shall we, for that last match. Match score. What did people think about it? All-time greats. Goods. Okay, Sean making his way down. Oh, nah, just a sexy boy. Sexy boy. Live next. Okay, so we are just getting an advert for WWE Shop. Surely he is HBG now, the Heartbreak Grandpa. That's a good point, actually. Is it a bit strange that we call him Kid? He's not really a kid, is he, anymore? That is a good point. That is a good point. Is the Heartbreak Boomer? Is HBB? The Heartbreak Boomer. The spear was the highlight of the match. Sheamus tossing Bron like a salad. They make enough money to not have commercials. That's true, but that's how they make money, isn't it? Where's his walker? Yeah, he should come down on a stair lift. Yeah. Heartbreak Boomer. He's just a sexy boomer. Sexy boomer. Do you remember Sensational Sherry sang his theme at first and then he started singing? Maybe I could do the boomer version. I think that would be a nice progression of Sean's career, actually. I think that's what he would like. I think that's what he would like. I hope Cody gets a promo. He hasn't said much of anything for a long time. Says Jessica. Hunting Gods 70 said tonight would be a great night for us to get a Wyatt tease or a hint. The Heart Boomer Kids. Mr. WrestleMania is here. Could we see the Wyatt 6 in the main events? We could see the Wyatt 6 in this segment, the next segment, the segment after that, the segment after that. We could see them in any segment. Do we expect it? No. I don't expect to see them tonight. Could we get it? Yes, we could. But I'm not expecting it. Everyone knows my stance on this now. Corey said, like on the line for the ceiling days, but a chairlift. Yes. Oh, like what? He could come down like he did at WrestleMania 12. And actually, imagine that stair lift. Here he is. I'm just a sexy boomer. Sexy boomer. I'm not your boomer. Toy boomer. Oh, man, that would be so good. Mackenzie said, Heartbreak Booker of NXT. Oh, you're too nice, Mackenzie. We're calling him a boomer, not a booker. I wonder if all the Wyatt fans feel like fools, said Mr. Cardinal, following all those QR codes since the Wyatts have sucked. Mr. Cardinal choosing Saturday night to be the night that we make new friends, make new connections. Wyatt 6 are a miserable failure. Will you admit it, Daze, said Mr. Cardinal. No. They've been awesome. They have been the best thing on the show whenever they've been on the show. And I love the fact they keep them as a special attraction. I love the fact they've not overused them. And it was so clever as well to not finish that Final Testament feud, because it always means we can go back to it. And to then move them to SmackDown and have us all confused, but then to reveal that it was because of The Miz. And The Miz moved them. That was so clever. That was so clever. So the Miz, and then of course the Miz has been moved as well. So he's gone and put himself back in the firing line. Oh, bravo. That's what I say. It's faultless. It's everyone's playing checkers. They're playing chess. It is next level. So, yeah. Look at where we are. Look at the story that they're telling. Look at the way that it's unfolded. It's so clever. Very good. So I'm just really glad they've not overexposed them and, we've been able to enjoy them for what they are. So I'm not in any rush to see them tonight. I'm in no rush whatsoever. Do you know what? I've had probably too much. I've probably had too much of the Wyatt Six. That would be my big criticism. Okay, $1 Million Man making his way down to the ring. Oh, he is actually at ringside. I thought they were about to give him an entrance. Dory Funk Jr. No. No! Dory Funk Jr. in the crowds. He's getting a nice reaction. Jeez. That's a deep cut. Hacksaw. Oh! USA! 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 Oh! Yes, tough guy. Oh! Brats. It's so obvious I'm your number one. Jonathan, put your hands up. We should just do 2 hours of brat. Just give the people what they want. Yeah? Hey, Sean. He's sweating through his suit. What a boomer. I'm so happy to be back home in San Antonio. Vonda, Sean, put your hands up. He's been given one job. He's got one job. I've just got to get the signatures of Kevin Owens and Cody Rhodes. It's happening tonight. Without further ado, let me introduce to you Loud Booze. Here we go. What's he wearing? What's he wearing? I want to see Sean's reaction. This is what I'm living for right now. He's going to come out in the shades. Dun, 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 dun. Here's Kevin. Kevin making his way out. He's got a red shirt on. What is it, though? What if it was Marty Jannetty merch? Imagine that. It says Cody sucks eggs. And he hasn't got the shades. Why is he not wearing Marty Jannetty merch? Da-da-da-dun, da-da-da-dun. I don't even care if Marty Jannetty killed a man behind, like, some building. Duh. Charlotte versus Tiffy at Mania is a horrible choice, says Taker, due to Charlotte will win. It should be Charlotte Tiffy taking the tag belts. What if she doesn't win? What if she does not win? Cody Rhodes is coming out. Wrestling has more than one royal family. It has two. Are they doing these shows every month? Not every month. I think, is it 4 a year? Something like that. Okay, Cody Rhodes making his way out. Sign in the crowd said HBK is mid. What? HBK is mid? Oh my god. Why would someone bring that sign? They should be removed. The sign shouldn't be removed. They should be removed. Mackenzie said it should have been Marty is better than Sean. I'm a Marty guy. Yeah, you're right. Something like that. You're right. Cody is making his way down to the ring. What the hell is this? I've got an R-Truth video. What's he doing? What's this boomer doing? Cody all in black.
You boys need to go on home now. Get on, get. Get on, go.
What's he doing? Is that because we're in Texas? Cody is, I have no idea what R-Truth is doing, but then that's not the first time that's ever been said. Cody does the whoa while standing on top of the ladder. Let's go. Let's go, King. It's your time. It's your time. I'm going to end the poll. 2 hard-hitting and physical matches to kick off Saturday night's main event. It's time for the Royal Rumble WWE Championship contract signing, says Triple H. Another great match, according to you lot. You are loving it tonight. You can't really ask for much more than that, apart from 2 great matches in a row. Right, we've got Cody and Kevin face to face in the ring right now. And there is quite a look between them with Sean. That is a great image. Great image of Cody and Kevin with Sean in between. Okay, so this is how we're going to do it. I've got an assignment. I have to walk out of this ring with your signatures. I ask you. Okay, so Cody signs the contracts. Kevin is looking to sign the contract. He doesn't. He grabs a microphone. You know there's going to be some twists and turns here. You said something last night that really peeved me off. You said 10 times out of 10 I take the easy way out, but you're a liar. Wow. He's fired. He's fired up. I stayed, you quit. Oh, Cody getting fired up, man. Shawn Michaels didn't return to San Antonio to listen to you talk. Go on, Cody. Go on. Shawn Michaels and the look that he's got in the background, I still get the feeling he could dish out a couple of super kicks and murk both of these. Shawn Michaels, the way he's standing there, just like this grizzled veteran. Once I sign this, it makes it official. I am the true rightful WWE champion, says Kevin. Everything you've got. Let's go, Cody, said Mitchell. It's coming. I deserve this for the last 10 years. And I'm taking it from you. Fired up. Jesus. Kevin. Jesus. You just sound jealous, says... Oh, my God, Sean, what's happening? Where are we going now, kids? Where are we going now? What did you just say? Sean said you just sound jealous. You're like him. You quit too? Oh my God, Kevin is going off on Sean now. I've been making this title mean more than you ever did. Has he got a super kick in him? Has he got one more? He can't, can he? He can't super kick Kevin. Talking about losing his smile. Wow. Disrespecting Sean to get heat. He shoved that contract into Sean. Surely there's only so much Sean takes. We're going to take these championships and we're going to put them above the ring. So this is what we're fighting for at the Royal Rumble ladder match. Both of these championships have to be claimed a week from tonight, the Royal Rumble. So there we go. Both both belts are on that thing. Here's Sean. Okay, here's Sean. Saturday. One man ascends the ladder. Gentlemen, good luck. Sean goes to shake Kevin's hand, is not interested. Oh, shot coming in! Shot coming in! Kevin nails Cody. Grab Sean! Grab Sean! Grab Sean! Oh my God. Oh my God. Has Sean got a super kick in him? Has Sean got a super kick in him? Oh, the band is tuned! Super kick! Shawn Michaels has still got it! Yes! Kevin Owens to the outside! Texas erupts! Oh, the feels! The feels! Oh, so good. So good. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. In my mind, I was like, we can't do that because it's a week before the Royal Rumble. You're not gonna make Kevin look stupid. You're not gonna make Kevin look like he's gonna get super kicked by Sean. I was like, nah, they won't do that. I kind of had spoken myself out of it. I'd kind of mentally told myself, nah, they're not gonna do that. And then they did that. They did that. And it was sick. Oh, Sean getting a moment, man. I flipping love Sean. Bring him back. Put the belt on him. I've said enough. It's time. Make him champ again. I will admit that this card has over-delivered so far. Wow. We're about to go to a whole different level right now. Braun Strowman and Jacob. It's happening. It is flipping happening. Braun Strowman, Jacob up next. WWE had that moment. AEW had Tony Storm stripping the ring. What? What? We're watching this when Tony Storm's stripping in the ring. What? Dude, we're doing the wrong stream. We're doing the wrong stream. Oh my God. Oh, jeez. Ah, flipping hate WWE. We're sat here watching this. Flipping Tony Storm stripping it. Is that true? Did that happen? Taylor the Tape is on screen at the moment. This is the match I've been looking forward to, said Here Is the Thing. Where are the Wyatts? Timeless Tony is back. Her whole amnesia thing was a ruse. Okay, but did she strip? Who wins? Who wins? This ain't gonna go long, is it? This match ain't going long, but it is gonna be flipping sick. Right, match number 3. Braun versus Jacob. 3 out of 4 matches containing a Bloodline member. Strowman coming down. We're just going to go to commercial break. Mariah May could do the same any day. Who's Mariah May? If Fatu is a Samoan werewolf, how come we never see him turning into a dog? He does that late at night. He does that late at night away from the show. Right, too many ads. This show is cooking, said Jessica. I love Jacob's theme song. It's sick AF. Man, that was so sick. Okay, we are at commercial break. Daze, that's one big SOB. Let's go, said Christopher. Mariah May is the AEW Women's World Champion. I don't know. Is it Tony Storm? No. But you don't see nothing and a really pointless angle, said Scott. Oh, you're AEW. Daze, I've always loved the shows when they have a long ramp. It makes the shows bigger. Do you agree? I think the ramp, like a steep ramp, that kind of a thing. We only tend to do that like WrestleMania. Honest thoughts on this show so far. Really fun. Yeah. Did not go into it with any expectation of anything other than what we've received. So I was not really expecting anything. I think that the matches have delivered. 2 matches so far. You lot have scored them both great. I think I did need that Shawn moment. I didn't expect the Shawn moment, but I think I needed the Shawn moment. And, oh, God, that was so good. That was so good. Shawn delivering a super kick in 2025 to, like, Kevin Owens. Yeah, I'm definitely here for that. And I don't think it hurts Kevin. It can just wind him up a bit more, you know. Yeah, so you got to say the contract signing segment was intense, passionate, got the Shawn moment, 2 matches, both great. We've now got Braun Jacob. I think Jey will come close, but he'll fall short. I don't need the Wyatt 6. I don't need them in this show. It is honestly fine. So I am not going into this with any sort of expectation. We better get the Wyatt 6 or this will be rubbish. I don't have that at all. At all. So yeah, I'm loving it. An hour and 10 minutes in. I'm really looking forward to getting people's thoughts on this. Tony Storm promo and stripping into her timeless outfit was really good, said CJ. I want Kevin's shirt, said Catherine. Yeah, that's well received, that shirt. Yeah, good. Right, where are we? We got 50 minutes left to go. I just saw on X about that girl that was undressing, said Simon. I feel like this is the match that could swerve us, but we all know that Jacob will win. If not, I will applaud WWE for being unpredictable. Connor said, do we think the ring might break? There's always a chance of that. This is definitely the match where that could happen, yes. But to be perfectly truthful, I'm not expecting that. I think this is the kind of match where you would do it, but we've done it quite a lot. Do we need to do it again? Some might say yes. This show seems to be moving better than the last Saturday night's main events. Yeah, I mean, I think 4 matches and a segment just breaks it up quite nicely, actually. I think, each match is getting time. Oh, here we go. Jacob's coming down. Jacob has got... That's not an Ula Fala. I don't know what that is, though. I'm America's most. Oh, my God. I'm about to beat you from post to post. Coast to coast. Jacob making his way through Gorilla, about to make his way out. And as we said, that's not the Ula Fala. It might be the Fala Ula. It's something similar. But very, very different, of course. It's like, I would imagine it's like the runner-up prize. It's like, you're not tribal chief, but... we still love you. Here's a little... It's a replica. You know, like it's not the championship, it's the toy belt version. That's what he's got. Ah. You'll be tribal chief one day, mate. Wear this for now, yeah? Go play with your friends. So he's making his way down. I love you, Boomer! The Lufa Fala. The Lufa Fala. Oh my God, I love the Lufa Fala. Good shout, American Nightmare. Yes. Right. He has made his way down to the ring, is stepping inside the ring, and every single second of this is going to be unmissable. We are going to eat so good right now. People have been so flipping excited for this, and understandably so. Right now, we have Jacob staring at Strowman, locking up. Ooh, Jacob gets thrown. Jacob feels the strength of Strowman. Strowman against the rope, shoulder tackle. I'll tell you what, it's not all going his way at the moment. Shot coming in. Oh, he just pointed. He told him to go over there. Braun going, go over there. Back elbow there by Braun. He just seemed to point and tell him, go that way. Going for a clothesline. Jacob to the outside. So just feeling each other out in the early stages. Jacob jumping up. Braun coming over. Jacob getting back into the ring. Pulling the top rope down. Braun to the outsides. Jacob with a big kick through the ropes. Jacob over the other sides. Through the ropes. Suicide dive by Jacob. Suicide dive by Jacob. Jacob going through the ropes. Flying through the ropes. No way we're going to bury Jacob. Nah, surely not. Surely not. Surely Jacob gets the dub here. Fatu wearing an umpa lumper. He is very bright, isn't he? I don't necessarily mind that, but he is very very bright. Not interested. Oh, coming in. Turns out KO sucks eggs. Nice. Daze, if you had one, it would be called the Ula Falafalala. Yes. It would be called the Waffle. That's what it would be called. Yeah, we are at another commercial break. And I can understand the frustration. Certainly when we only just had a few little glimpses, just a few moments of that match. But when we go back, we'll get the bulk of it, of course. Right, LA Knight was teasing it all along. It's the Ufa Falafel. He's wearing the Ufa Falafel. Right, plot twist. Wyatt 6 rock up and lay claim to Jacob's Ufa Falafel. If Braun keeps losing, I feel like he'll leave, said Rams. Fatu is wearing the Umpa Lumpa. Anna said that was the worst wrestling telegraphing ever. Love the black and red. It is like Wolfpack, said Justin. Fatu has moved a long way from I Love You Solo. But Sunny, hello. Hope you're doing well. Jay said the Costco guys are back in AEW. Jacob Fatu, WWE just hit the Daman on TV. That's my Bay Area dog. So Bailey was impressed with the Jacob promo. Yeah. Daman. I don't even know. I can't even say it. I am such a white person. I can't even say anything remotely cool. What I do have is a lot of people sending me now footage of Tony Storm stripping, and can I just say, I love this community. It is so amazing that we help each other, we help raise each other up. It is so amazing that we do that for each other. I just want to say, Johnny, big thank you. We are raising each other up. We are making each other's lives better. James as well, tagging me. I'm sure if I play that, we'll get to some nudity. Same here as well with Smurfy Tunes, Mattel. So people really, you know, helping each other out, raising each other up, supporting each other. Wrestling fans supporting each other. And I am very much here for that. So thank you, my friends. We're going back to the show right now. So we do have Braun and Jacob. Headbutt there by Jacob. You little pervs, says Trini. Yes. Yeah. Basically, wrestling is just a front for this like giant perv movement that we've built. Okay, Braun Strowman down on his hands and knees. Community pubs. That's what we are. Yeah. Big forearm shot coming in there by Braun. Jacob goes down to one knee. Braun looking to go back against the ropes. Jacob goes down. Jacob goes down. Right now, going over. Shot coming in. Fatu in the corner. Again, going over the other side. He gets thrown. Goes to the outsides. Oh, is he going to do the Strowman Express right now? He's calling for it. He's calling for it. Here we go. Strowman running round, collides into Jacob. Jacob into the barricades. He's going to go again. Strowman's going again, but only this time he's going the long way round. Here we go. Strowman building up speed. Coming round again. Jacob is hurled over the commentary table. Big spots. Wow. Over the table. Into the barricades. He's going again. One more time for Strowman. This is going to backfire. You can't keep going to the well so many times. Grabs him. Boom. Oh my God, the table didn't break. Samoan drop onto the table and the table didn't break. Yeah, man, let's cook. Let's cook. These two are cooking. We've got some cooking. Back into the... I thought he was going in the ring. He went into the steps. Oh my God. Back into the ring goes Strowman. Jacob gets into the ring as well. Headbutt there to Braun. Braun goes down. Jacob over the other side. Charges over. Collision. Over the other side again. Turns around. Take that, you boomer. Again, he's going to look to go again. Boom. Strowman, look at Strowman. He's down. He's just... That's about 4 in a row. Charging over again and another one. He's just spamming up. You know when you find a move in a game that works and you just keep going... like that. Oh, another one. Another one. Another one. Another one. It's DJ Khaled. Yay! The ref has stopped him. What? Grabs the ref. Hurls the ref. Is he going to get DQ'd for that? He wants to go again. Go again. Yay! That's like the 10th one. Oh, let's go again. Another one. Another one. Another one. Wow. Jacob has been disqualified because he threw the referee. Oh. No way. Jacob isn't going to care, but... Oh, what? Is that a ref you suck chance? Yeah, you better start messing people up, Jacob. You better start messing people up. Chair is being thrown in the ring. Do you know what? That ref needs to get out of there and quickly. Because, honestly, Jacob should probably mess him up. Nicaldis is coming down. Boo! Oh, my God! Oh, my God! He just hurled that chair at that security guard. Oh, and he's got spit in his beard. Oh, my God! Look at, he doesn't care. He's losing it. He's losing it. It's that spit is dribbling down his beards. It is dribbling. And now there's blood. Where did that blood come from? Where did the blood come from? Where did that blood come from? How's he done that? He didn't have that a minute ago. What's he done? What's he done to himself? Oh, my God. Braun Strowman has just somehow managed to mess himself up. And he's making it look like Jacob did it. A minute ago, he did not look like that. And now it looks like his face exploded. What the flip? The referee has got it in for Jacob. Braun Strowman has got it in for Jacob. Coming up. Boom! Even that spittle has got it in for Jacob. But look who's standing tall. Jacob. Yeah. Do it again, Jacob. Oh, Tamatonga. Stopping him. Oh, God. This was fun. This was fun. I don't know if we're going to go back again. He's pushing some people around. He is going to go again. He goes up. Boom! Another one. Another one. Another one. DJ flipping Khaled. We've got medics. We've got medics. They're leading Jacob away. Do you know what? They must have reinforced that ring because there's no way we would have done that in the past without that ring collapsing. That ring would have collapsed about 20 times. Jacob's heading back to the ring, you know. He's heading back to the ring. He's getting into the ring. He's going up top. He's going for another one. Another one. Another one. It's very similar to the booking of Big Bronson Reed. You know, where he kept spamming the tsunamis. It's very similar to that. Very similar. Who's she? Who's that Stephanie Vacour looking doctor? Who's she? Where's she come from? Who's that doctor? Hello. Oh my God. How you doing? How you doing? Hey? He did what he said he would do, said Ajax. This is sad. What have they done to Braun? I love that Fatu character. That match stunk, to be honest. Well, do you know what? Let's ask. Let's find out. Daisy's flirting with the doctor. Well, I mean, not that she knows, but I'm just saying, you know. We can't rule out that she maybe doesn't jump on the odd stream, you know. I see you. I see you, cutie. I see you. Yeah. Guys, again, this is just a front for us perving on people. And I do want to thank people for sending over those Tony Storm video clips. If you do have any sexy doctor video clips, feel free to send them over as well. Perfect opportunity for the Wyatts, said Shot. Do you know what? Honestly, didn't even cross my mind. Didn't even cross my mind. So he lost. Does that mean that he's like a big loser now? Like, is it over for Jacob Fatu? Is Jacob Fatu done? Can I point out that I said the entire time that the Timu bloodline could have just been Jacob the whole time? Like Andre, Jacob is the brute squad. Kelly said, am I the only one The only one of what, buds? I'm going to say no. I'm going to say you are not the only one. Daze, maybe the Doctor woman has man parts. You never know. I think most women have man parts, to be honest. Like lungs. It's going to lead to a steel cage match between Fatu and Strowman. Okay, cool. What about the Doctor? What next for her? Yeah, have we got any theories on that at all? The crowd was chanting Fatu, let's go. Was the Doctor AJ Lee? It appeared to be Stephanie, or it appeared to be a young Stephanie from NXT. So that was exciting. There's only one way to make a spot in the Rumble a surprise or return. Braun shouldn't be in it now to sell the injury. Would you spend money on Jacob Fatu MLW figure or wait for the Mattel? I'd wait for the Mattel. I would wait for the Mattel. It's okay, guys. Often imitated, but never duplicated. The Wave God, said Big Bronson Reed. So Big Bronson Reed, feeling the same, that was very similar to how we had booked him. WWE always do this stuff to the veterans. To the veterans, to the war veteran. Where did all that blood come from? Literally a minute ago, there was absolutely nothing. And then next time I saw, it's like Braun Strowman's face had been put in a blender. And there was flipping blood and mucus and God knows everything else was spewing out of him. So, yeah, he messed him up. He murked him. And then he dribbled on himself. He probably saw that Doctor, to be honest. Probably saw the Doctor. Can't rule it out. Are you going to get a figure of the Doctor? Oh, my God, imagine if we should petition Mattel to make a figure of the Doctor. You're right. I love my tribal werewolf, said Lisa. Wrestle Knight said, I'm supposed to believe that my precious monster gets beaten to a bloody pulp by Jacob straight up with no help. This dude is overrated. Overrated. The Doctor must have been the pimple popper and squished a zit on Braun's chin. Do you reckon that was it? Oh, Arn Anderson is in the crowds. The Brainbusters. Tully is in the crowds. Do we boo Tully because of Tessa? I don't know what we're meant to do. Maybe this is where the Wyatts come in to help Braun get revenge, says Kelly. BB Yipsy said, Daze, the female Doctor's name is Mrs. Wrestling Daze, and I dare someone to prove me wrong. Braun ain't a monster anymore. Crash Dummy said, I guess the monster couldn't handle the booty. All right, here we go. There is the body. We were talking about the booty, but here is the body. In my day, we tried to keep it professional. Yeah, so they're just running down what we've seen and obviously bigging it up. Royal Rumble coming up next week. We've got 28 minutes to go. 28 minutes to go. Yes, bit more brats. Just a little brat top-up. That's all I need sometimes. Just a little brat top-up. Seeing Jacob kill Braun was so satisfying. Aubrey asking for a slap now. I am the Doctor, said Kelly the Wise Lady. She is me. Oh my God, I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I thought I think the community took a real shine to you, Kelly the Wise Lady. I mean, you went into the Hall of Fame. All things considered, in record time. So that does make sense, to be honest, that you would be a cutie. Because we're pervs. And that is what we look for. We are seeing I Show Speed. Reyes said you wish. Oh. You can stream with the superstars, you can have access backstage. Who FaceTimes? Why would you I wouldn't want to FaceTime. Why would I need to see someone's face? Why FaceTime? What's that about? Tony Khan is clueless. Creative need to employ me. They have totally lost it, said Lord Sheograth. No, because you'd just be bringing Alexa back every week in like big segments. Okay, here's Jey then. Here we go. The crowd, but do they really believe? I don't know. I was going to say the crowd believe. I don't know if they do. Jey making his way down. Jey has an unafaluffa too. Yeah. Yeah, everyone's wearing them now. It's a 2025 trend. Sometimes the booty can cause a lot of red and not brown. I eat a lot of Indian food, said Crash Dummy. That needs to be read out. That needs to be read out. That's a message that deserves to be read. Let's do that. Let's do that.
Crash Dummy. Sometimes the booty can cause a lot of red and not brown. I eat a lot of Indian food, so I know.
Crash Dummy, thank you. Thank you. Okay, so that little child's undeserving, maybe, gets to yeet with Jey. A little shout out to Mean Gene during the show. That little kid's. Oppola said, I was utterly shocked how they made Jacob dominate Braun Strowman. Didn't Strowman flip a truck with people in it and a lorry and half of the Tron? Yes. But none of that compared to facing Jacob Fatu. Daze, I've tagged you on something that you might like. Is it the Doctor, Big Migs? Is it the Doctor? Daze, Inquiring Minds would like to know this as well. What is it? Who's she? Who's that Stephanie Vacour looking doctor? Yeah. Who's she? Yeah. Where's she come from? Yeah, good question. I like Who's that guy. Doctor? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Hello. Oh, I should watch this. Mm-hmm. Oh my God. Mm-hmm. I know. How you doing? I'm such a loser. I bet it works though. I better get a number. James said, F's sake. F Tony Khan. He's put a Stardom woman that no one has heard of over Deonna Purrazzo. Oh, Jesus. Oh, God. I'm going to act upset for you. Oh, what an idiot. Oh, God. It's all part of the service. I long ago gave up on AEW personally. Days, there is going to be an engagement at WrestleMania. Mark Henry is going to get down onto one knee to give Michelle McCall the ring. Wow, imagine that. Imagine that. And then Undertaker comes out and we have like a big brawl. Oh my God, it's going to be so good. I think, Jacob, you can act like it, but I am peeved, says James. I got that vibe. Blue Will Sonic said, I think Jacob is way more 14-time hits to Braun than Bronson jump off the top rope to Seth. That was 6, says Blue Will Sonic. What's your favourite scary movie? Said, is it Cora Jade trying to make ends meet since Bron left? What, doing the doctor thing? Nah. I wasn't Cora Jade's. Oh, do you want to see two lovers? Do you want to see two lovers sharing an embrace? Yeah? Not me and the doctor. Better. There we go. Two lovers. Two lovers sharing an embrace. Just trying to get... And he's quoted Jesse Ventura. He said he was robbed. He's got his eye like, we're going to get through this. We're going to get through this. Aww. I don't know that they're lovers, but in my mind they are. Right. Let's go. Main event coming up. Main event coming up. Daze, with that doctor, have you turned your head and coughed? What does that do? What does that mean? Isn't that like a test? What do they do? Isn't there a test where the doctor grabs your testicles and you have to cough? What does that even test? What does that even do? Does anyone know? Is that what you're suggesting? Are you saying about that? Is that what you're saying? I don't know. That's for her. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't even think she knows I exist. But it has. I think we're all in agreement that that is the best part of the show tonight. Here is Gunther making his way down to the ring. What does that test? Does anyone know what that does test? A hernia. It tests a hernia. How does it test for a hernia? I've never had it. I've never had it. I'm just saying, if you're a WWE superstar, you might want to go to the doctor and say you think you've got a hernia. Didn't you say you had a hernia last week? Yep. And didn't it turn out you didn't? I know. I've got another one. Are you sure? Yeah, no, it's I've Googled it. I've definitely got one this time, doctor. Are you sure? You said this before. I know. Trust me. A man knows when he's got a hernia. Right. That's enough of that, you pervs. You're bringing out... You're bringing out... a distracting side in me. We need to focus on Jey. Jey is in the ring. Has anyone spotted Trinidad Flag Guy? Oh, I need to change this as well, don't I? Did I end that poll and not get the result? Did I end the poll? Why do I not have the Jacob result? Oh, that's it. I didn't write it down. 40, 32, 16, 10. It's another match that's got a greats. Oh, it's only come out as greats 56, though. Wow. People weren't as crazy about that as the other match. Shot coming in there by Jey. And again. Oh, big chop there by Gunther. Who's your favourite AEW guy, said AB Jobson. I don't have one. Do you know why? It's been over a year since I've watched AEW. Okay, we are up and running. Let's do a poll, shall we? And ask the question, who's going to win? We've only got 17 minutes to go. Who wins? Gunther, Jey Uso commercial break. We've gone to commercial. Right, sometimes the road to being champion is great, but the actual reign can suck, says Crash Dummy. What return would stop the wrestling world, and why would it be AJ Lee? It probably would be AJ Lee. I don't think there's too many big names out there that we have not had back for a while. I mean, obviously for the longest time it was CM Punk. CM Punk was that name. He was that person that we wanted in wrestling to come back to WWE. And obviously he's done that now. So he's done that, and I really don't think there's anyone really out there that, other than AJ Lee, that kind of fits that. That sort of big name that we don't really see very much, that's, you know, been, you know, world champion. You know, I mean, I feel like Paige has fallen off, but she's in AEW anyway. Yeah, there just really isn't anyone. I think AJ Lee is that name. Daniel Bryan, if he wanted to return, that would be a pleasant surprise. These are all in AEW, and we know what they're doing. They're kind of tied down. So we're obviously not going to get them in the Rumble. But you are correct. Moxley, I think a Moxley would still be big because of the Shields. A Daniel Bryan, but he's kind of retired from in-ring. He can come back and do the odd match. Kenny would be good. He's never been in. Kenny would be good. Ospreay would be amazing. Alexa, Carmella, Hardys, Daniel Bryan, Nexus. None of them bigger than AJ Lee, in my opinion. But that's just my opinion. Lillian looks beautiful tonight, said BBB Ipsy. I would like her and Haku to go into the Hall of Fame this year. Danielson's not under a contract now, isn't he? Is that true? I thought he had signed a new deal, like an AEW deal. So he was no longer under a wrestling deal, but he'd signed a new deal with AEW. King Yeti said, when do we induct Mitchell into the Hall of Fame? Oh, well, we need to have a look and see who's winning, don't we? We will look at the end of this show. I actually have it written in my notes in front of me. Hall of Fame. So, I don't know if it's Mitchell. Last time I saw Mitchell was in second place. Oh, Mitchell said shh. Oh, is there... Oh. Okay. Well, we'll see how it goes. I'm not going to do it until we get to the end of the show. I'm telling you that now. So, end of the show. Bray Wyatt for this year's Hall of Fame, says Willow. James said, last I heard, the Danielson was champion, but he didn't have a contract. Final Boomer said, I don't watch AEW, but I just watched Tony Storm's segment, and I swear she reminds me of a British... She's not British. Marilyn Monroe. Shot coming in by Jay. Bro, I genuinely wish that we could watch the entirety of the match and not be interrupted with ads, said David. Aseeb said, as a viewer, are you tired of the Gunther reign, ready for him to drop it? I am, said Aseeb. Not for me personally, because I'm a fan of Gunther. I really like Gunther. So I'm not bored of him. I think he's capable of fantastic matches. I mean, really some of the best matches from Developmental. So, listen, him and Jay here, this could cook. I don't know if they've given them enough time, but this could cook. Hopefully it does. We haven't really had a chance to get our teeth into much yet. Right now, Gunther trying to pick up Jay, slam him down. And very much Gunther in control, but you know that Jay is going to come back. Chop by Gunther. Big boot by Gunther as well. Jay starting to fire back. And again. Against the ropes. Oh, European uppercut there by Gunther. Shot coming back there by Jey. Jey has got Gunther. Into the corner, goes hard into the corner. Jey goes down. Oh, stomping on the arm. Braun is like Man United, big unit but low performance, said Jason. Gunther very much in control here. Crowd are chanting Uso. They're firmly behind Jey, of course. Very controlling. I mean, this is what a heel should do. He should slow the pace down so the babyface is the one that speeds it back up. The babyface is the one that does all the exciting stuff. Another shot coming in there by Jey. Uppercut coming in there by Gunther. Yeah, duck underneath. Picks up Gunther. Samoan drop there by Jey. Braun. Oh, we read that. I think WWE missed with the Wyatts. They could have been there for Strowman. Okay, right now, we've got them coming up. King Yeti! Shout out to you, dude. Ah, drop kick there by Gunther. Jey Uso up. Slam down. 1, 2. Ah, kick out. King Yeti, shout out to you, bud. Really appreciate the support. Gunther in control. 10 minutes to go. Where can I watch? Says Emma. It's on YouTube, buds. It's on YouTube. Let's go Uso is the chance. Right now, going over. Jey on the edge of the ring. Gunther, slow, methodical. Ah, big boot coming in there by Gunther. Jey down, selling. Is this gonna... One more commercial break. One more commercial break. Another kick coming in there. Right, we have gone to what is going to be our final commercial break. And honestly, I don't know if they have quite given this enough time. I do agree that where you've got this slow-paced action, it is a little bit frustrating because, like, you're waiting for it to get going and then, boom, you go to commercial break. So I can understand people being a bit like, oh, come on. I mean, the show has been so exciting that it really has kind of slowed to a snail's pace now. Right. Another ad break. Bloomin' ridiculous. More ads, says Stuart. Yeah, we do have more ads at the moment. There has got to be a clean finish. Well, I would think so. All in, this has been a good Saturday night's main event, says Chet. I should have made an espresso. Yes. Thinking about me. Thinking about me. I guess so. Yes. Just so you can sing the song. Wrestle with Andy said, Daze, have you seen the Vault streaming tomorrow? Yeah, we're going to do it. Good shout, actually. I'm down to do the Royal Rumble 2009 on WWE Vault. So I have not had a chance to set it up, but I am down for doing it. So bonus stream, bonus. We'll do that tomorrow. WWE Volta show in Royal Rumble 2009. So we'll start like an hour before, have a bit of a chat, probably talk about Saturday night's main event, talk about Raw, talk about the Rumble, and head towards Royal Rumble 2009. So yeah, I'm definitely down for that. It's that Daze Espresso. Yes. They should have added another match instead of the ads. They were never going to lose the ads. What time is that? I don't know. Oh my God, do I look organised? I don't even have it set up. I haven't even got a thumbnail made. I think it's like 1 a.m., which is going to be like 8 p.m. US time. WWE presents Saturday night's main ad breaks. Haven't seen that Rumble in so long, says Mitchell. Daze, do you know UFC next week is super early? It's like 3 p.m. UK time, and Adesanya is fighting. Thank you, James. I didn't, actually. That would be... That would be interesting, but... I don't know. I have to worry. We stream so much now. I have to be really careful with my voice not giving out. And could you imagine me not having a voice for the Rumble? Oh. Maybe we do the main card of that somewhere. I don't know. We'll have to see. Is this 2 or 3 hours? Oh, could you imagine if it was 3 hours, we still had another hour to go? Could you imagine? Shoulder up there by Gunther. After the stream is over, go and watch Mike Santana against Kenta. Go back and watch Ricky Starks. Who are these boomers? These aren't WWE people. Right now we've got Gunther getting up to his feet in the corner, going for a drop kick, but Jey moves out the way. Jey back, charging over, boom, collides. 1, 2, shoulder up, shoulder up, shoulder up. Yes, I am giving Nia props for the first time. I will shower later, said Crash Dummy. If Jey wins tonight, Daze needs to stand up and yeet all over himself. Yeet. Will we ever get a Sheamus IC title run, says Opala. I believe so. I believe so. I think we do get it. I think we're building towards it. We're just not there yet. Retro Barbie ref, says Daff. She had longer hair this evening, didn't she? I'll show you Ref Daff. With her retro Barbie vibes. Jey has got Gunther. He's going for power bomb. Boom! Gets it. Gunther down. Jey going for the cover. 1, 2. Kick out by Gunther. No great surprise there. No great surprise. Boom. Okay, so Gunther down, Jey down. I don't know about you. I'm just not expecting this to result in a new champion. King Yeti said you could do the Rumble JFK Jr. style. I don't know what that means. I'm English. I don't know what that means. My exposure to JFK Jr. is very limited. Up, down, nice, over. Jey against the rope. Spear! Going for the pin. 1, 2. Kick out by Gunther. Kick out by Gunther. Some of the boomers in the arena fell for it. They thought that was over. Silly boomers. Right now we got Jey back against the ropes. Super kick! Gunther back on his feet. Jey. Spear! Oh my God. I tell you what, they're really going for it. A super kick A spear. Jey going up and he lands it. Big splash. 1, 2. Oh my God. Oh my God. That was mental. That was a sequence of 3 big moves, all landing, all connecting. Look at that. And Jey still couldn't get the job done. Sign in the crowd, though, said Gunther is my champion. Here we go. Beginning of the end. Powerbomb. He's going to go for another. This is Gunther's world, and we just live in it. Boom. Done. The Ring General. The Ring General. Gunther wins. He breaks a load of hearts. No one is surprised. Gunther realizes he was in a fight tonight, but he walks out with his belt. He walks out victorious. I mean, RFK Jr., I don't want you dying in a plane crash. Oh, thank you. Oh my God, that's the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me. Thank you, Queen. Thank you. I don't want you dying in a plane crash. I don't want that either. Yeah, Jey. Jey's a loser. Guys, I'm sorry to tell you that Jey Uso is a big loser. Big, giant loser. Yeah, he's a giant loser. The news just coming through. Jey Uso is a big, giant loser, and none of us should have supported him in the first place. Turns out all that yeeting was completely wasted. We all wasted our time. 4 finishers, and then Gunther does 2 power bombs. Silly Jey Uso. Oh my God, do you reckon there's some kids crying? I hope so. I hope so. Because, not because I'm like, you know, a heel, but because, you know, it shows that they care if they're in tears. Jey is not going to main event anymore. No, he's done. It's over. It's mid-card Jey Uso now. Mid-card Jey Uso. It's catering Jey Uso. That's what we've got. Down since catering. Down since catering. Yes. Guys, get your votes in. I didn't realise I hadn't done the poll. I thought I'd just done it. Get your votes in. What did you think about that Jey Uso getting absolutely destroyed? What did you think about Jey Uso no longer being a star in WWE? And he's probably going to get sent back to NXT. What do you think about that, guys? Vote. Get your votes in. Daze the Jumping Bomb Angels for Hall of Fame. Yes, you are correct. Defo. They should go ahead and put him and Jimmy back together again. Yes, like Humpty Dumpty. Down since AR Dub Pro. Yes. Oh, that is so good, Corey. That is so good. Down since AR Dub. Down since AR Dub. Oh my God. Yes. Charles said, Daze, no, you're a bully. I didn't beat Jey so badly he's now got to quit wrestling. I didn't do that. I'm not a bully. Blue Well Sonic said, Saturday night's main event has gone off the air. That is what happens when the show ends, yes. Grant said, I'm disappointed I didn't get to see Jacob Fatu spot in Spanish. Bruce Jenner used to eat Wheaties, and look what happened. Maybe Jey needs to forget the Yeeties, says Davids. CJ said it was a great false finish in there. Triple H era is bad with world titles. He doesn't change them unless everyone and their grandma and dog know about it. Matt said, does anyone know where to watch NXT UK? Yep. I think it's on BT Sports in 2020. Daniel said, 4 out of 10 show overall. Ads killed the whole show. Most matches were a disappointment, and I can't believe I stayed up to watch it. Yeah. Daniel, shout out to you. 75% ads. Love it. Not. Said Pixie. Oh, I see what you've done with your name there. That's clever. That's clever. Pixie. Bradley said, just wanted to say this was a very enjoyable watch along today. I always worry when people say that. I feel like people are saying it from a nice point of view, but it always makes me a bit nervous. It's like, is it not normally? Oh my God, today's watch along was actually really enjoyable. Okay, but what about yesterday? Was that okay, or... I just want to say today was very enjoyable. I hope everyone in the Watch Long and Days had fun today and tonight. Bradley, thank you for insulting me. Thank you for your insult. I love the whole old school look at the moment, said Irish Sam. I'm going to give this show a 7, said Connor. Blue Wheel Sonic said this weekend, Saturday night's main event, I give it B-. A.B. Jobson said they will never be putting on another title on Jey. This is my time here, and I have enjoyed it. So interactive. Oh, what, your first time? Chalket ASMR. Shout out to you, buds. Only old people would get that joke, said King Yeti. Metal Mama said it was real. It was fun, but it wasn't. LMAO joking. It was real fun, as always. Much love, Metal Mama. Metal Mama, thank you. I had your thoughts in front of me as they were coming through. So I saw what you were sharing. I think some of it made it into the unseen. Shout out to you. You're all crazy, said Shaquem. Edward said, Jey Uso still better than those Wyatt jobbers y'all are stands of. They can't even get TV time, says Edward. Yes, but we don't want them to have TV time because that would ruin the aura. Yeah. We don't want them to be on TV. They're not meant to be on TV. They're the first group that are actively trying to stay off TV because it makes them better. Yeah. That's why we're stans of them. They're kind of wrestling, but they're also like anti-wrestling. Yeah, think about that. Whoa. It's so complex. It's so hard to explain, you know? It's very meta. It was better than last night. Last night's day stream was better than SmackDown, says Final Boomer. Let's not start ranking streams, because then I'm really going to get upset. Daniel said, I agree. Watching this watch-along made tonight more enjoyable. Thank you, my friend. I wasn't digging for compliments. I don't need them. I already know I'm awesome. I enjoyed the watch-along more than the show, said Waynus. Waynus, shout out to you, my friends. Oh my God, should we just sit here and read all these compliments for the next 5 hours? Wrestle with Andy said, I saw Uncle Howdy in Greg's earlier. That was Gladys. She's put a bit of weight on, and shame on you. Yeah, shame on you, because she works hard to provide for her family, and you can't go around calling her Uncle Howdy, because that's moody. Should she wear a mask? Probably. Probably. But that's a bit mean, to be honest. I powerbombed the like button and I yeeted Gunther, says Maggie. Maggie, thank you. Let's get this score in so that I can run away and start working on Unseen. Daze, you're awesome, Smurfy. So are you. Yeah. Keep your pecker up, buds. Keep your pecker up. Oh, the Hall of Fame. Do you know what? I was going to forget that Hall of Fame announcement. You are correct. Oh my God, could you imagine that? Yes, you're right. God, after saying no, I'm not going to forget it. We're going to do it at the end. I almost did forget it. Should we have a look together? That way you can see that I'm not lying or making anything up. Let's have a look together. We're gonna see who's going in the Hall of Fame. Let's have a look together. We're gonna see who's going in the Hall of Fame. Going in the Hall of Fame. Right, community, it is. Oh my God! It's happened! It's flipping happened! The day has come. The boyhood dream has come true. Look at it. How many times has he been second? How many times? Oh my God. All the tears. All the tears. Oh, I'm always the bridesmaid. I'm never the bride. Where is he? Where is he? Oh! God, does that mean all the cry? No, he's crying again. He's crying again. Oh my God. Never have we had someone that cries so much going into the Hall of Fame. But is it deserved? Of course. Absolutely, undeniably deserved. So many times he finished second. And then when we put two people in December, he finished like third or fourth. Part of me is sad that it's over. Part of me is sad that this story has come to an end. How we book Mitchell after this, I've got no idea, right? That is the challenge that Cody faced after WrestleMania, of course. So now we've got to try and find a way of booking Mitchell now that he's actually in the Hall of Fame. But for tonight, we are going to enjoy the fact that a very good battle, though, got to say, with TJF 1983, the first community champion. So got to give TJF props. Just getting nominated is amazing. If you think of like how many people join us, so just getting in the list is, you know, for Mitchell to do it month after month after month after month after month, second after second after second after second, yeah. This is your time to shine. Where is he? Where is he? This it. Finally, he says. Finally! Mitchell, I'm here and I'm crying, says Mitchell. Yes. Yes, you are. Of course you are. I feel like you do that all the time anyway. Well done. Well done. You deserve it. You deserve it. Very good. Mitchell, I expect for Monday an acceptance speech, yeah, that I'll get. Either I'll read it or I'll get a sensible voice to read it. But and a picture, of course, for the thing. It does mean we say, I think, goodbye to James, don't we? He stays in the Hall of Fame. Let's not get this twisted. He stays in the Hall of Fame. But yeah, I'm gonna look to start changing these over now. So January will be Mitchell. February will be replaced with whoever. So I'm not looking to just keep adding. Yeah, there's James's January. That'll change over to Mitchell. Sonny, you've got one more month on the video, and then February will replace you. Who's March, actually? I can't remember the order off the top of my head. Austin. Oh, God. And he was so fit as well. He goes in March. Still in the Hall of Fame. They're still Hall of Famers. But, yeah, Mitchell. I'm going to need William. Hey, The Gun Show. April. Mr. April. Amazing. Mitchell, well done. Get me a picture. Get me a speech. I don't know how I'm going to focus on Unseen after that, to be honest. I'm just going to be an absolute mess. Thank God no one will be forced to look at my ugly mug. James, what a run. 12 months of being on this little video that we've been playing. But forever in the Hall of Fame. Yeah. Okay, right. Thank you so much for joining us, guys. Really appreciate it. I had a great time with this stream. I think it was just an easy watch. I just really feel like this show was just, I don't know. I know people will be a bit down on a few bits and certainly the ad breaks, but it was just fun. I just had fun. I hope you had fun as well. So we will be back tomorrow for a chilled Royal Rumble stream. Let's not get carried away. Let's not go into it with high expectations. It's a chilled, have a little chat. How's your day been? How's your mother? It's going to be a lot of that, right? We'll do that tomorrow. And then, of course, the big stream we're back for is Monday. We'll be back for Raw. And we'll see, obviously, what's going to play out there. So, yeah, appreciate it. Have a great evening. Thanks for all the support. And I will see you again next time. Bye for now.